What it is, everybody who's watching. Oh, good to see all you out in the chat. I'm reading the chat while I should be looking at the camera at everyone who's looking back at me. Hi. Hi. Let's get that microphone a little bit better. It's me, it's Beej. It's Beej's Anime Roundup happening again here on this bonus stream on the Loading Ready Run Mega Entertainment Network. Mega. You know what? Hyper. Let's go with Ultra today. No, wait. Super? Established Entertainment Network. It's good. I'm enjoying my Invisible Cola today. I like ginger ale. Happy to see you all show up for this. Thank you very much. Oh no. And now all of a sudden I drank it too fast. I'll be fine. I promise. Hi. Energy's a little different today. Please forgive me for that. The Anime Roundup is something that I do every quarter, just to welcome everybody here. Actually, you know what? Okay, let's do the housekeeping first. If you are watching this, I appreciate it. And if you want to support us, I appreciate it even more. There's multiple ways you can do that. Of course, on Twitch, where we're streaming this live, you can give your subs and your bits. We will welcome those people after the show. But also, if you're watching this on YouTube, thank you very much. On YouTube, you can become a member of any of the channels now, not just subscribe, but you can become a member. And if you become a member, then I believe you get, I don't know what the shout outs are like on every channel, but there are shout outs for people who become YouTube members. So thank you for that. There's the Patreon at patreon.com/loadingreadyrun. A great way to support the channel as well. I say support the channel, support the entire organization, like all the stuff that we do. Obviously, we publish a lot of video, we do a lot of streaming and everything else too, but you know, it's supporting the people who are here. Jesus. Sorry, but I feel way better. You're supporting the people who are here, and they need your support so that stuff like that can happen. Also, there's the store at store.loadingreadyrun.com. Thank you so much for supporting us there as well. We put some new product in the store, in fact. I have no idea if it's all sold out or yet or not. I apologize, I've been under the weather, so I haven't really been able to check everything that's going on in the store, but we did get everything up, and I was I'm very happy to see that people are you know, buying the stuff and that they like the stuff, and that's great. Right. So the way this works is that I'm just gonna go to the correct place to go to. The way this works is we're gonna be on anychart.net today, and I'm gonna step through everything that's happened in the spring. You can see that the spring is what's been slightly more highlighted than everything else. We're gonna go through everything that happened in the spring that I watched and I enjoyed. I'm probably not gonna spend time on stuff that I didn't watch, because I would have had no way to watch it. And that brings us to kind of the first note on how things work here. If I didn't watch something that you watched, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're a bad person. It's not a way to judge anybody. So the things that I watch, of course, is stuff that it's my entertainment, right? So it's like, I'm going to watch stuff if I think that it's stuff that I want to spend time on watching. And I'm always starved for stuff in a lot of seasons anyway, looking for things, it feels like. So if I did not watch a thing, then, but you didn't do anything wrong. And neither did I. I watched stuff, yes, as GG Alternative Point said, I watched stuff to my tastes, which is largely Yuri bait. That's not entirely true. But it's gonna, boy shit, is it gonna be reflected on this show today. Yeah, if I didn't watch something that you did, if I did watch something that you didn't, that's just how we engage with media, right? So to that end, your responsibility is, don't freak out about it, don't feel sad about it, don't feel angry about it, especially the words that I say. If I didn't pick something and I said I didn't want to watch it because of this, it's not a judgment on you or anything along that line. That's just me coming at it with what I understand. I've had people tell me before that's like, oh, you didn't watch a thing and you should totally watch that thing, because you had the wrong idea about it. And I've gone back and I've watched stuff and I've been like, oh yeah, it's actually good. On the other hand, I have watched stuff where people have been like, you'll love this. You should go back and watch it. And I try to watch it. I'm like, but it didn't click. And that's really what a lot of that's about, right? It doesn't click. So we're going to be kind to each other. That means that I have responsibility too, which is not to drag your choices. So I'm going to do my best to hold myself to that. I'm going to let the mods let me know if I'm getting a little too out of line. The mods will be nice to me about it. So please don't light the torches and storm the chat room if you have a problem with my with the really incendiary shit that I'm saying. The mods will let me know if, like, you might be going a little too far, and it's like, that's okay. We got good mods in chat today. I really appreciate seeing them there too, and of course a big hand for our mods who do so much work for us, and I really do appreciate that. The second thing is that I'm a fan of smut, as I know some of you out there are as well. If you are watching stuff that is smut, that's fine. There is smut this current season that I just started where I was like, oh, I can't watch this, and that's fine. And we'll talk about that when the time comes. You're allowed to like trashy anime. You're allowed to like really arty anime. You're allowed to like all these kind of things, and so am I. And no one here should be made to feel ashamed of that, because I'm trying to encourage people to at least be accepting of that side of themselves, because I think that when you repress anything where like, I can't let people know that I like Gundam Wing because then they'll get mad at me for liking Gundam Wing. I don't like Gundam Wing. I watched like an episode or two and I was like, I don't think it's my jam. But that, I'm not saying that's smut, right? But it's like, if you don't like a thing, that's okay. But if you do like a thing, that's also okay too. And I think the more comfortable that we get with the, this is a thesis all of a sudden, I think that the more comfortable that we get with our own choices about the stuff that we enjoy in our lives, and that the kind of like deep breaths we can take and be like, no, it's okay that I like this. It's okay that I can, you know, I can indulge in these things. Then it's like, I think we grow as people, that it's like, I know where I can, I know where I'm willing to feel like I can feel better about myself too. I think that's also valuable. And I know that's kind of a weird thing to say, that, oh, you tie that to your you know, your like of a certain type of media is going to be the way that you're going to come at feeling better about yourself. For some people, that's how that works, right? Some people don't like to share their music choices with other people, or their movie choices with other people, or anything like that, because they're afraid that they'll be judged for them. And it's like, then don't. But, you know, admit to yourself that you like the stuff that you like. That's a good way to take a step forward, right? All right, I'm going to keep drinking that. And like I mentioned, I was under the weather. I'm going to take these off now. I was under the weather recently, so if I need to bow out on this stream, I will let you guys know. And don't worry, because I'm not like, oh shit, he's going to fall over, or like some other bad thing is going to happen. It's just that I might be like, I have to take a longer than normal break because of fatigue, or I might just have to like be like, you know what, I'm going to call this right now, and we'll finish up the rest of it later, and that's okay. So yeah, we're gonna. The nice thing is that, oh Jesus, it might be 26 degrees outside where I am, but it is 21 degrees inside where I am right now, and it's so nice. So let's get a move on and start with spring of 2024. Stuff that I've watched, stuff that I watched and dropped, stuff that I didn't watch. We'll start with Astronaut. You know what? I'm going to set an hour. I got to be done. How have I been going for? 14 minutes already, so we'll do a 45-minute timer. There. We're going to take breaks on the hours if we can do it. All right. Astronaut. I did watch this. This was good. And it was short enough. It was a single core, 13 episode. I didn't realize, like, you read it at the time and you look at this, right? Everything about this says, oh, it's Maison Ikkoku. They remade Maison Ikkoku. Well, they didn't. but they did, because what I read somewhere, and maybe this is true, maybe it's not, right? You might have to go look for yourselves. But what I read somewhere was that the director had wanted to make a they wanted to make a romance comedy in the style of the ones in the 90s that they grew up watching. And I'm like, that Christ, that's Maison and Koku, right? That's Ranma one half. That's that's Urusei Yatsura kind of. That's more of a that's more of a bonkers off the wall gag anime as much as anything else. This is very much more of the romantic comedy. This is an original story, anime original story, and it's or 12 episodes, I guess, not 13. Um, it's it's good. I was shocked at, like, I'm like, oh shit, there's barely enough in here, but it's good. It's not entirely satisfying because it's 12 episodes. 13th episode might have given them a little bit more to work with, but 12 episodes, I think that they pulled off a really good show. And what I really liked about it, other than the fact that it was like I could eat the whole thing in one season, excuse me, the opening and the ending are both good. The opening I like more because everything about it looks hand animated. And if they hand animated that, or they did hand animation and enhanced it with CG in other ways, then fine. But everything about it looks 1990s hand animated. And you'll know what I mean, I think, if you watch like anything that came from the 90s or 2000s. If you watch Maison and Koku DVDs or Blu-rays or whatever, or if you watch like the Utena Blu-rays and stuff like that, and you see that it's like, right, everything has that, we took this and we there's that bit of like just a bit of grain in everything and more than you expect. And I was just like, wow, I like that they went to the effort of trying to give you this sense of this is an old show. All the line work is anything that's really dainty doesn't come across because it got lost, right? And so there's like, drawing a smile or something, where these days you might have the entire line come through on a smile. Well, part of the lip is missing for that kind of thing. Yeah, I think Texan Reverend, you nail it actually. Like it's saying that you appreciate that sort of aesthetic. I'm like, it is an aesthetic, and they were like, let's capture the aesthetic. We want this to come across as an old rom-com. So that's what we're going to do. Everything else about the series, richly animated, beautiful colors, lots of detail. But the opening sequence feels dated. And I like that because it's like, oh, you are trying to tell us that in the opening and the ending, that this is what this is. It's really kind of great. So I liked this. I'm glad that they made this. Is not my pick of the season or anything, but I'm just, had a good time watching it. Bartender, a remake of a series of an anime. I say a remake of an anime, I'm kind of like, it. There are new stories built into this. It's kind of the same story that came out of, all the stories come out of the manga. This is based in the manga. If you had watched the first series before, I watched this because I'm like, what does a 16 by 9 1080p version of Bartender look like? It's going to be gorgeous. It's going to be whatever. But also, hey, like, since it's been 15 years or however long since they did the last one, could be 20, I was just like, I'm even more cynical watching this because I'm just like, yeah, it's like every other series of this type. It's healing anime, but also it's meant to show that it's like, hey, this might be a thing that exists in other parts of the world, but don't worry, because the Japanese have it down to a science, and that science is now an art, and they do it better than anybody. And don't worry, you will always find somebody who is doing it better than anywhere else in the world. It's very, like, there's a weird sort of nationalism to this that, like, feels baked in. That's like, because I find that weird being Canadian, because I'm like, if we made a series like this that shows how much better we do this than anybody else in the world, I think people be like, are you fucking kidding me? Nobody, we wouldn't even buy it. That we would be embarrassed to see like somebody putting out a thing about how well, we're the best curlers in the world, and be like, I I don't know if I'm comfortable with, even if we have won a lot of gold medals, be like, I don't know about that. So yeah, the heritage moments that we've done have been great. Like Julie Mon brings the part of our heritage, the Canada heritage moments. Um, there are certain aspects of those that are really cool because like, oh, I didn't know that about how we got started. But a lot of those things are also like the one where it's all of the Chinese people who were helping, who were laying track, who were like building the railway, and the story that the one guy who was like, oh, I'll get danger pay by taking the nitroglycerin into the mine, and then it explodes, and they're like, oh, okay, I need another guy to go into the mine, and he staggers out, and he's all like covered in like soot and whatnot, so he clearly escaped dying in a giant explosion, and then he's telling the story to his kids, and at the end, it's like we built that railway, and they say that there's and I just the line sticks with me like there's one dead Chinaman for every mile of the track. That's what they say, and it's just like, ugh. So that kind of like, oh yeah, this is a part of our heritage. We built this great railway, and look at who we abused to do it. You know, don't forget that that's something we did. So that's kind of, I think, Canada in a nutshell is that there's a certain time when we're like, let's just tell the truth about who we are. All right. Blue Archive the animation. I did. All right. I didn't talk about whether I like Black Bartender or not. I was mid on this. It was fine, but I'm like, I think my cynicism affected it. That I was like, I didn't really enjoy it as much. It was interesting though because it gets more into what Ryu is doing and what he is like. But I'm like, overall, it was like it's something to watch. It didn't feel to me like it was that amazing anymore. So yeah, glad I watched it, but didn't affect my life or care much. Blue Archive the animation, I did not watch. Boku no Hero Academia 7, I did not watch that. Bokyaku Battery, I did not watch this. Date Alive 5, I did not watch that. できそくないと呼ばれた元英雄は実家から追放されたので好き勝手に生きることにした。I did not watch whatever this was. Girls Band Cry. So I wanted to watch this. We watched the first episode though. Apart from all the giving middle finger stuff, which is kind of funny. Um, man, I couldn't get into this. It really, Girls Band Cry, from the first episode, felt this is gonna be like depressing. This is gonna be hard. And in the last 3 months, the last thing I've wanted to do was to watch people struggle. I would watch K-On! Again before I would watch this. I was just like, I don't want to watch. I forgot that I was gonna watch Camp, and then remembered, and then got it, and then watched it, and I was like, oh yeah, that's shit. That's what I want. I binged that in like 2 days. It's like I wanted to watch that. So I did not. I only watched the first episode of this and was like, I don't know if this is what I want to do. It just feels like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll watch the 12th episode and just be like, hey, and along the way they worked hard, but then the 12th episode everything good happened. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I dropped it. So yeah. Hananoi-kun to Koi no Yamai. What did they call this in English? It doesn't really matter. I like K-On! I like K-On! A lot. I would watch that again. But I've watched it once already. I don't think I need to go back and watch it again. A Condition Called Love. Thank you, Recklaw Gaming. I was expecting this to be somehow to be less creepy than it is. I watched the first episode. I didn't drop it. I've deferred it. I watched the first episode, and Heather and I did together. We were both kind of like, I don't know if I like this idea of this guy here who is slavishly devoted to whoever it is that he ends up dating, and he doesn't seem that picky about who he dates. He just get if somebody like admits that, I mean, that's the thing that hits me hard too, because I was kind of like, oh God, do I have I ever been like that? Like, because I feel like maybe I'm, you know, uh, not having a lot of prospects. It was like, oh, if I meet a girl that I like, but she likes me back, then that's like, well, that shit's never gonna happen. So grab on with both hands, kind of idea. Um, that kind of mentality. And I'm like, is that what this guy's been going through? I don't know. Um, it's it hasn't been a hard watch. I made it all the way up to their second or third episode. Just recently, I'm like, I should watch a little more of this. And I watched the second episode, and I think I watched the third episode, and I think there's their skating date, and I was like, this is not bad, but I wonder if being being pulled into it and feeling like, oh, I'm willing to rationalize some of the things that are going on here. Um, there's all sorts of different types of relationships people have. We're going to get into that later too on the preview for summer. There's all sorts of different ways that a relationship can form between two people, and I was like, I wonder if um, this is one of the ones where I'm like, I don't think I like this. The only reason that that this sticks in my mind is also because recently on a Discord that I hang out on, people have been talking about discourse surrounding the book Lolita, and how like people don't read it properly because they make they read the text and then they start imbuing it with a bunch of ideas about what they or think they're supposed to understand about what this means, because the film makes it out to be more of a love story, and a lot of other people tend to treat it like, oh, it's supposed to be a love story, but it's a complicated, fractured love story, and it's like it wasn't supposed to be that. It's supposed to be unreliable people telling you a story where what you think is happening in that book is not what's actually happening. You're getting what the main character, who is a you know is a broken man, is. I've never read the book. That's the thing. And so you're getting what this broken man is deciding that, oh, this is what's actually going on here. And it's like, yeah, um, hmm, maybe that's not what it's supposed to mean. Maybe it's supposed to be how this is a bad idea, right? Uh, Defrost points out, Paul Atreides is actually a good guy. Dune is another thing, right? Where you're like, everything is set up to illustrate that, like, oh, we like. This is why I think getting the third movie is going to be so important, because if Denis Villeneuve does this correctly, which, based on his reading of how he's done the first two movies and how he seems to be a big fan, that I'm like, if he gets it, then there's going to be a lot of really angry people who watch Dune Messiah, who realize that, oh shit, Paul was never the good guy. Paul was trying to take revenge for his dad being killed, and that was the only thing that was driving him forward. And then when he realized, thanks to the prescience, that he was like, oh shit, I'm about to start a war that's going to kill billions of people, that he was like, right, I might be the Messiah, but I'm about to cause untold suffering across all these different worlds, and it won't lead to everything getting better. So I'm hoping for that's where it'll be treated, to have all these people be like, oh shit, like Paul's been the bad guy all along. It's like, yeah, yeah, but that's because there aren't a lot of good guys in the Dune universe. And the thing about that is, then on the Something Awful forums, where I read a lot of stuff about Dune, is I read a lot of people talking about how Dune is also Dune is a story of that was a response to Foundation, where it's like you have these people who are supposed to be like filling this messianic role, and that if you believe in that and follow that and see that through, that even from a scientific point of view, that you can actually achieve enlightenment and all those kind of things. And again, I haven't read Foundation because I found that was hard to get started when I was in like grade 9. And so the response was, okay, well, here's what actually happens if you follow messiahs, is that it can end up like this. So this, we come back to this idea of, you get sucked into what a piece of fiction is telling you, and then it's setting up this relationship to be. And by the third episode, it looks like, oh, these two are actually getting along really well. And it actually looks like they really like each other. And what does this mean? And what is Hinase? Because this is a shoujo story. This puts her ahead. We see what her thoughts are. We don't really see what his thoughts are. We see her thoughts. Another point I'm going to bring up later as well. Um, and so, what is she thinking about her relationship to this boy? And what does it mean? And what she's trying to learn about this? Because I'm like a boy that may be a bit too heavy-handed when it comes to love. I'm like, oh, dude, you don't. That does not really spell out. I know you're trying to cover up the fact that it's like he's not like obsessive to the point of I stand outside your house and I listen to you sleep. But boy, there's a lot of that. Like, there's a lot of like red flags to somebody who it feels like, oh shit, there might be this guy might be a problem in some ways, but he doesn't seem like the yandere type yet. He just so I don't really know what to make of it, and we'll see what happens. So I'm kind of slowly watching it over some time, like through how I want to take it up, and we'll see. Maybe I'll finish it in like another 3 to 6 months, and then I'll know whether or not I liked it or not. Who knows? Do I think it's worth watching? I think it's complicated. That's what I think. Henjin no Salad Bowl. I watched 3 episodes of this, and I've kind of just put it down. Um, I didn't really get. I didn't. No, I shouldn't say that. It didn't click the way I wanted it to. Um, I felt like it was also trying to be a bit of a neighborhood promotion anime, a little tiny bit, but it just kind of like I walked in, like I watched the first episode. And I'm like, I don't know, and then watched the second episode, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I like Livia a lot more. I think she's a lot more interesting. I like though the like in like Hinamatsuri, I like it where what's her name again? Not Hina, but the other one, Anya. She shows up. She has to live homeless for a while, but she's like, I'm going to be positive about this, and I'm going to try to be, and then she like moves in with a fan. And you're like cheering for her the whole time. It's the same reason why I'm like cheer for like Jahi-chan from Jahi-chan Won't Be Defeated, because it's like, oh, you're having such a hard time of things, right? So I don't know what to. I liked her more interesting. I liked Livia's like start of her story a lot more, but I've only again watched like 2 or 3 episodes. I'm just like, I don't know how to come at this. I don't know if I like it or not. And so I've just kind of that's sad. Another thing like episode I did get to the cult. Yes. Travelogue, I did get to the cult. That was Anzu. Thank you, Jolly G. That's the name for the girl from Hinamatsuri. Um yeah, the cult episode was very interesting. And and I liked that, and I'm like, I'm sure this goes places, but I have not felt like it did not tug me back. Nothing has tugged me back into it. I completely forgot about the cult, for example, and that was an interesting episode. So we'll move on. We'll move on. Hey, Hibiki Euphonium 3. Speaking of Yuri bait, no, I didn't watch this. I got so I should explain for people who don't understand. Um, I was so into Sound Euphonium because I'm like, oh, it's about these people and they're in a concert band, but it's like relationship driven. And then I was like, oh shit, it's relationship driven between these two girls who clearly like each other. Yes, I'm here for this. And then I read somewhere later that, again, on another Discord I hung out on, that people were like, oh yeah, Sound Euphonium is not, it is the original work is not it's not a Yuri work at all. There's a het romance in it that doesn't seem terribly well fleshed out, but it just kind of happens. And it's like, aha. And so I was like, then I'm not going to bother watching more of this, because I really like the fact that there's kind of this, feels like a slow burn Yuri thing happening. And I really thought it was cool. And I'm like, oh, if all this is going to be is just Yuri bait, then I don't give a shit about this. I did like the in the first season where they played Riding by, come on, something orchestra. Hearing a band play this song, I was like, that was really cool. It was a really good song. I'm like, that actually works really well for a band. But and it's Kyoani, and how can you not like Kyoani stuff? You actually can not like Kyoani stuff sometimes. But it was interesting, but I dropped it, and then I didn't come back to that. So High Speed Etoile, did not watch this. Wasn't really interested in the, hey, why not? Why 500? Why not just say fucking 1,000 kilometers an hour? Why not say 1,500? Like, who gives a shit? Like, I just didn't feel like this would be. This is just a sports anime with titties and like, in shrink wrap. And I was like, I don't care. Don't Not interested. So moving on. Himitsu no Aipri. I did not watch this. Don't even really know what it's about. Jisan Basan Wakagaeru. So I said I was going to watch this, and again, watch 2 episodes of this and kind of just put it aside. It's funny that a lot of the stuff I ended up putting aside was also stuff that when we Heather and I watched the first episode, that she was like, I don't think I want to watch this, and I was like, oh, I'll get back to this whenever I feel like it, and then I just never did. Um, and this is cute. I like it better as a manga. Maybe because everything's a little shorter. I don't know. Like the chapters are a little bit shorter and kind of like sometimes it feels better as a bite size. And that's, I think, a thing too, right? Is that the way that you consume a story can make the difference between like what is good and what isn't good. Like um, Apothecary Diaries. Reading it as a light novel is probably very entertaining. I haven't done that. I really love the manga. I love both mangas actually, because I'm like, I love the kind of different way we're coming at it and the different things that they're probably absorbing from the light novel. But the anime is so good that I'm like, oh shit, a good adaptation can really like elevate something. So yeah, this was fine. Maybe I'll watch more of it. It's sitting in my queue, but I don't know if I'll get back to it. We'll see. Um, Kai to Otome to Kamikakshi, which is something uh something girls and mysterious disappearances. No, something maidens and mysterious disappearances. There are 3 things with M's that they used to translate it in as the English title for the manga. It's just mysterious disappearances. Um, this is one of these like, could you show this anime to your parents? That I'd be like, fuck no, because the immediate the opening sequence has the biggest titties you've seen in a long. No nipples, mind you, but just yeah, mysteries, maidens, and mysterious disappearances. I think maybe that's what it was. I thought it was something else. Anyway, um, yeah, Sumideko is just like enormous proportions, and they're not shy about like. We got to point out that she has giant boobs, um, and the opening sequence is not shy about being like, let's make sure you know this, and let's make sure that she's laying in a hot apartment or she's having a shower, and I'm just like, but it's so good. Like, it's so good that I have read the manga up to a certain point, and then I stopped because I'm like, oh, creepy shit at night, maybe I shouldn't be reading. This is really good. I think it's getting another cour. I don't know when, but it's good. Like, oh, it's like, if you don't like there's some really creepy horror shows that animating studios have produced in the past. This is very interesting. It has a nice frisson of like, it's creepy horror stuff. At the same time, nothing's terribly gory. Um, they're treated more like creepy mysteries that are supernatural, and I really like that. Like, I really like where they went with this. It's a lot of fun. Um, I would recommend this as a watch for people, because it's like, well, you have to like supernatural mystery. Like, these 2 tags here, you have to like that. The etchy part is, it's not like there's people getting sexually assaulted. There's not like, a lot of like um not like, yeah, like, yeah, whatever, like none of that shit's happening. The romance thing is an interesting tag. I wouldn't necessarily have picked that to put that in there. I would think this more as a supernatural mystery with just great big nippleless, just big Barbie boobs. But anyway, I liked it. I liked it a lot. Heather watched the whole thing with me as well. I think we're gonna watch the rest of it when it comes out too. Kaiju Hachigo. I did not watch this. I've heard that I've seen like people like merch coming out or something for this, and I was like, okay, cool. Like, I'm not really big on this. So, Kami wa game ni ueteiru. So I don't know what the game is in this sense. I didn't watch it, so we'll move on. Karasu wa aruji o erabanai. I did not watch this either. Um, I don't know. Just I don't know. I see five boys in robes and then the princess they need to protect or something. Shit, I don't really know. I just was like this. I bounced off the idea of it, so I didn't watch it. Kenka Dokugaku, an action comedy doing YouTuber. He's fighting stuff. I didn't realize this was a comedy. But also I don't. I mean, the dude in the chicken head maybe should have been a sign, but oh, Yatagarasu. This one here was actually courtroom drama stuff. Oh, that's interesting. Hmm. Okay, I will think about that then. I'll see if I about digging it up and maybe watching it. We'll see. I mean, there's a lot more of it, but yeah, if that's what it is, it would have been great to have that maybe spelled out more. Be like, oh, it's like a courtroom drama, but it's also supernatural, and be like, oh shit, I would have been all over it. But they did not. This doesn't tell you anything. Murder, mysteries, and invasion from. I'm like, no. I'm just like, nah. But okay, I'll maybe watch a few. We'll see what happens. Kenkan Dokugaku. Yeah, I don't. I didn't watch it. I wasn't really interested in what I thought would be just a fighting anime where we're recording stuff to put on YouTube. So I was like, it's fine. Kimetsu no Yaiba Hashirage Kohen. I don't watch Demon Slayer, so it didn't occur to me that I should try to watch that. Konosuba. This is so. It's funny. I watched like the first episode or two of or three or whatever it was of Konosuba, and up to the point where darkness shows up, I was like, okay, I get this. It's gonna be slightly perverted, fantasy, whatever. I liked Megumin's whole thing of like I just trained to do explosion magic every day, and so I would just walk out to I'd walk out to this castle and I'd blow it up every day, and then I'd come back and I'd do it again, and that's how I would practice and get better at it. Like that whole kind of idea, I was like, I love that idea. What a stupid thing to do. I liked the big frog thing that I saw in the first episode, and I was like, sure. And Eric says Konosuba is meta humor for isekai diehards. I'm like, sure. I will take your word for that. Um, Darkness showing up and being like this hard M, I was just like, if this is how this is gonna go, and that's just kind of always gonna be her, like that's her defining trait as a character. I don't know how much I can watch her do it, and I don't think I really then want to. And then I was like, I'm not gonna watch Konosuba. So which is sucks in a way because I see a lot of people really enjoying it, and therefore I'm like, oh, maybe I'm missing something by not watching it. But it's fine. There's a lot of anime out there, so. All right. Kuroshitsuji Kishiku Gakko Hen. Right, I didn't watch Kuroshitsuji, so perfectly normal names like not just Cielu Phantom Hive, but Earl Ciel Phantom Hive. I don't care. Whatever. Moving on. I'm sure it's fun. I did not. Like again, mystery supernatural. I do like that stuff, but there's just something about dressing it up like this where I'm like, I don't think I care. Level 2 kara cheat datta moto yusha koho no mattari isekai life. Usually not too bad with isekai stuff. Lots of male characters, more male characters than I would expect on like the cover of this kind of thing, which is generally just always leads to like grand harem anime. But yeah, I wasn't that into the idea of it. Oh, Travelog says level 2 was surprisingly sweet. Rather large toad. This was fun. Opening was wacky. Fair enough. Mahoka Koko no Rettose third season. I got a bug into my head about what this is like for the first season, and means that I've never come back and watched any, and I've never watched any of it, and that's fine. And I'm just gonna move on. Mao Gakuin no Futeki Gosha. That was a hard one to say. It's the second cour of a second season of something that I didn't watch. Shijo Saikyo no Mao no Shisho Tensei shite Shishon Tachi no Gakko e Kayo 2 Part 2. Nope, didn't watch it. Mao no ore ga dore elfu o yome ni shitanda ga domereba? No, didn't watch this either. I know we're kind of just, flying through some of this stuff here. but I didn't watch it. I don't have an opinion on it, but Mushoku Tensei 2, Isekai Itara Honkidas Part 2. Didn't watch the first one of this is a second cour of the moving on. Dude, we're not going to explain why I didn't watch stuff if it's the second of a second of a second. One room hi atari futsu tenshitsuki. This is some sort of, I guess they're all stuck in one room together, and the last one to die wins the contest. Atari. Why did I click that? That was a mistake. Oh, good, it didn't do anything. I did not watch this. I don't even remember seeing this. I guess it was just that there's a high school boy that's involved in this, and then it seems like that boy is nowhere to be found in here unless that's the high school boy there. I don't I don't know anymore. Anyway, yeah, skip that. Oi, Tonbo. I did not watch Tonbo. I've heard people liked it. Um, I just I think I was kind of burned out on the idea of like trying to watch uh more sports anime or golf anime maybe, I don't know. Oh Kamito Koshin Ryo Merchant meets the Wide Wolf. Hey, Wide Wolf? Wise Wolf. It's Spice and Wolf, based on a light novel. We've seen this before. There's more coming, which is fine because I'm watching it. And Spice and Wolf is um so we watched the first cour of this because I really just wanted to do a 3 episode test just to see what does a 16 by 9 Spice and Wolf look like in 1080p. And it's fun. And it's nice. There's a lot more action in this than I had. It's always about like, we have to do a thing to get us out of trouble. It's been good. I have no idea where it falls into the timeline of stories. I do know that when you watch it, it starts with a white-haired girl wolf talking to an older brown-haired I should not say girl wolf, wolf girl, talking to an older brown-haired wolf girl, and the older brown-haired wolf girl who is clearly Horo is telling stories about all the stuff that she did, and I'm like, oh, cool. Does that mean these two had a kid? Maybe, I don't know, but yeah, wolf woman. Yes, that makes better sense. They have so clearly I'm recounting stories from our past while the snow falls outside in our cabin. It's apparently this version includes the arc they skipped originally because at the time it seemed unnecessary but turned out important for endgame story. I guess Gekyoru, that's great news if that's the case, where it's like, why not do a full remake in that case? It's been interesting. It's nice to see some of the newer like see some of the other story of this. And we're gonna keep watching it because it's like it's compelling enough, and it's nice to have a thing. So nice to have something to watch. Monster. I did not watch this, and we will move on. Rinkai, another sports anime where I was just like, I don't think I'm interested. Um, if this is, yeah, I'm sure it was a good sports anime. Maybe actually I don't know shit about that. Anyway, Sasayaku yo ni koe o utao, whispering you a love song. So, I read the manga. Heather and I have been watching this together. It's been cute. You know, these two, feel free. You might as well just, enjoy the first 4 or 5 episodes and then fucking forget it. Because this is over. It's like, hey, won't it be great to watch a story about these two getting to know each other and then having music be the background of this, and that'll be fun, and and see how the kind of relationship between, because she's now in this band because she knows that being in this band impresses her, and it's like, yeah, yeah. Well, guess what? all that shit will not matter because at some point, as my understanding, thanks to people in the chat, is that the editor said, hey, what if you took what you've been doing and you fucked with everyone's lives because of one selfish person in the story, and that way everything will be fucking miserable for the readers for the next year or so. Let's do that. That's a great idea. Let's inject a lot of drama that doesn't fucking matter to the people reading the manga. They don't want this or like this. I'm sure, like, it's like, oh, I don't, there's people, it's like the story should be about these two. And I know they got together right away and that's cute, but then deal with the drama of them. Like, don't just be like, well, let's make one of them in the band and let's make the other one the manager of the other band. And that'll introduce no tension at all. No tension. It just meant that you had to sit through so many fucking chapters of, hey, this the drama? No fucking drama. Just tedium until they fucking solved it. And I don't even want to tell you what happened to solve it because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it never mattered. And so I was like, maybe the show will try to move forward through this a little faster. And I don't know if they did. We watched the 12 episodes of this that have come out, and I think we have. I don't know. We watched enough of it, and I'm just like, we've watched enough of it, and yeah, and I'm like, okay, whatever. Like, it's just 12 episodes have aired. They haven't. I think like it got delayed, and like we're on 9 or 10 by now. But I'm like, we'll get through the rest of it. Maybe an OVA will come out with the manga, a volume or something, and then whatever. So anyway. We'll see what happens. Oh, Kyoru says, you're about girls bonding over music? I'm just hoping the guy she was interested in wasn't a guy at all. The green manga, if you haven't seen the green manga, Dynasty Scans carries the guy she was interested in and wasn't a guy at all, and you can go check it out there. And it's like 4-page chapters. So don't even think of it in that way. Like, I mean, you can think of it in terms of like every 4 pages, there's going to be a little bit of a time skip sometimes. It's real good. It's fun to read. I like it a lot. I think it's great. It's taking its time. Jesus, but yeah, it's good. This pretty medium. I think actually I dropped this. I think I have dropped this. I can't remember. So yeah. Lofi's Laffy's asking, based on these pointy ears, what kind of demi-humans they are, and like they're imps. All right. Meanwhile, Seiyu Radio no ura omote. The voice actor's life in radio. I can't remember what they translate this as. It doesn't really matter. This was fun. Did we watch it all? I don't feel like it's done. Why don't I feel like it's done? Maybe we're off by shit. I don't remember if it's done or not. I think it is. This was good. Like, this was interesting. And did things I didn't expect it to do, and I was like, this is not bad. And it was fun. I liked it. Oh, if I watched the last episode, I'd probably know. Okay, that's good to hear. We'll see. Don't spoil it for me. Yeah, maybe it's in my thing. I haven't actually. I'll have to go check when I go home. But yeah, it's again, this was fun. These two girls, both in the same classroom. They didn't realize they're in the same classroom. They didn't realize each other's alter egos, and they end up having like a lot of. They have a lot of conflict, but also they tend to be paired pretty well together, and they frustrate each other a lot, and they're not willing to like lay everything out on the table, but they are really trying to talk to each other and stuff. And it's like, it's real easy to get out the Yuri varnish and just be like, yes. And it's like, yeah, absolutely. There'll be dojin out there for decades, I'm sure, because of the intensity of the competition between these two, but also the friendship. And it's like, yeah, it was. I liked it. I liked it a lot. All right, moving on. Sentai Dashikaku. Didn't watch this, and we'll move on. Shadowverse Flame Ok Hen. Didn't watch the original, so didn't watch that. Shimigami Bochan to Kuro Maid, third season. Um, I don't know where this is because I did not watch the third season of it, and I need to go dig it up now because I want to see how they adapted. I know that it's all CG and stuff, and that's hard for people. At least like I like the original. I like the manga, so and it was and the manga was cute. So yeah, I would say that is not my alarm. I would say I will watch the rest of this when I can find out what happened to wherever the hell it went. So yeah, got to be out there for me somewhere. Shinkalion changed the world. As much as I am a fan of the Hayabusa and the transforming Hayabusa and Hatsune Miku and Hikari Shinji showing up in this series, this is not something I was ever going to watch. So yeah, it's oh Jesus, it's still going. Of course it is. It's sci-fi mecha, but it's for kids. But whatever. I'm sure it's great. Okay, so some things. Um, oh, things that I'm sure this is polarizing. Uh, and Jolly G's already beat me to it. Shumatsu Train Doko ni Iku, or Train to the End of the World, or however they translate this into proper English or whatever. Um, Best opening of the season. And the closing was good too. I'm just like shit. How do you feel to get out? Like the closing is a good song, and you must feel like I'm sure you get bad like to be like you'd be down, be like oh shit. The opening is way better. Like the opening is so fun. Um, the whole Gatan Goton, shoo shoo train, shoo shoo train. This is a really good series. It fucks up a couple of the uh for the sake of being able to try to explain how friendships work. And so there's kind of the motherly one here. She's this one, I forget all their names. This is Shizuru, and then of course people mentioned Akari and Reimi, sorry, Akira and Reimi, Akira, Reimi, and then I forget her name, and someone's going to tell me who that is. um and then Pochi. This is fun because it is very episodic, but it's telling a whole story. And it's it's absurdist. I mean, to the point of some point, things in Nadeshko. Thank you. That's okay. Um, to the point of like surreality, because it's basically if this explains nothing, this explains nothing. These five steal a train essentially, or commandeer a train, and they are going from their neighborhood, their town that they live in, to Ikebukuro, a trip that should only take like an hour or two or something like that, and instead it's going to take them days because the 7G the 7G system messed everything up. And you're like, well, what does that mean? I'm like, I'm sorry, it made everything into a random hellscape, and I'm not going to explain how or why, because again, that's not really important. You have to watch it and watch the first episode, and just kind of be like, what? And be like, yeah. um the complaint that I had, and the complaint that Heather had, was that Nadeshko, like, so Shizuru, like, the three of them are mad because they're like, look, you took us along on this trip, this crazy trip that you're going on. And she's like, I never asked you to come, which is true, because she was going to leave on her own to go find her friend who's in Ikebukuro. um because she feels she's like, I have to find her. Okay, so that's been an hour. We'll wrap this up when I'm done talking about this, which is going to take a couple minutes. But there's a point in the story where when they're having this argument that Nadeshko tells her, it's like, you're being unfair to us because you're treating us like we shouldn't have come along on the trip. And they have an argument about that. And I'm like, Heather and I were both like, no, you're wrong. You can't. I know there's that thing of, she's like, look, I didn't ask any of you to come on this trip. You could have just stayed back where you were. And they're like, no, we're your friends. We had to go with you. And she's like, but I didn't want to put you at risk. And it's like, no, but we're friends and we should have put ourselves at risk. And why won't you apologize for putting us at risk? And I'm like, you put yourselves at risk. You jumped on this goddamn train. Like, she was like, I'm leaving and I'm trying not to get anybody else in trouble. And they're like, no, we'll jump on the train completely unprepared. That's your fault now. And it's like, that's not her fault. And no way was that her fault. And I was like, ah! So that, there's a whole argument. It gets resolved, but there's a whole argument about that. I'm like, be prepared for that. I'm sorry that it's kind of spoiling a thing that happens like 6 or 7 episodes in, but it was one of the most frustrating parts of watching the show, that I'm like, I feel like you're inventing drama and you're letting the person who's good at arguing their side beat the person who isn't, despite the fact that she didn't do anything wrong. So anyway, but I really liked it. And for an anime original, like, just like, I mean, it was really good. Like, they really killed it. Um, I look forward to seeing if there's going to be, like, I think there's somebody had said about the director or the writer had worked on other kind of ridiculous, absurdist stuff like this before as well. So it's like, oh, it stands to reason that they would have worked on this thing. It's good. This is a good show. It's same guy as Shirobako. Okay, well, good ensemble work kind of stuff. But yeah, it's good. I liked it. All right. Tadaima Akairi. This is the Omegaverse one. Didn't watch it. Tensei Kizoku Kante Skill de Nariagaru. We watched this. Felt it was okay. Left me a little cold. Um, yeah. Yeah. It's it wasn't bad. Um, the It's so hard, right? Because this is this kind of like, it's like, oh, it's a reincarnated in another world. Doesn't matter. That this shit doesn't matter. All that matters is that he has this appraisal skill. He looks at a person, he sees a bunch of dice type shit show up. He sees all their numbers, and he sees a bunch of rotating cubes that have numbers and words on them that tell him this is how good these people are at doing certain things. And then, now he's a child, and so, but he also happens to be the young son of a minor noble who owns a small domain. And so he has the opportunity to be like, well, I'm going to find some retainers. And then he Moneyball the Isekai. Thank you, Discordian. Oh my God. What a great way to put this. It's like, if I pick people who have the highest numbers and the highest letters, if they have S's and A's and stuff, then that will help maintain my domain. It ends in a great way. I have no idea how far the light novel goes, but it ends in a great way because, like, the last 3 episodes I think are a lot of fun, because it kind of shows what he's grown into. Like, he's like 7 or 8 or 6 or whatever when he starts picking up people, and then he's like 11 or 12 when more stuff starts to happen near the end of the 12 episodes. But you get to see, like, it's like, we're gonna do some stuff and it's fun. And I'm like, I like this. I know that there's lots more conflict coming, and I don't care if we get to watch more of it or not. If there's another core of this coming at some time in the future, I'll probably watch a second core of it, because I didn't feel off about it. I feel it's just hard mid. Like, that's the thing, is I'm like, hey, it showed up and we'll watch it because it's a thing to watch this week. But Yeah, it was interesting in that it's like it didn't leave me too cold, but it didn't like, light a fire in me, right? Not like the way like frickin' this did. We're like, yes, we're watching this. We absolutely have to watch this tonight. This is like, all right, oh, second season is scheduled for the fall. Yeah, all right, so we'll watch the second season, see what happens. Tensei shitara dai nana oji datta no de kimama ni majutsu o kiwamemasu. Uh, Right. This is the reborn as the seventh prince, magical, memories intact, perfect bloodline, talent. Didn't give a shit about that. Just something about like, I don't. Oh, look at how you're so amazing that in all this, and yeah, and I don't. OP protagonist stuff sometimes leaves me cold, so I just didn't bother coming at it in the first thing. Tensei Shitara Slime Ken third season. Didn't watch the others. Don't even know what this is all about. Moving on. Zafabaru. Okay, I am watching this. You want to talk surprise? Wow. Okay, I had some thoughts about Zafabaru. I like it. Let's start there. The Fable. The story is about this guy who is a nameless protagonist. They end up calling him Sato Akira, but he's a nameless protagonist who he is a hitman. And as I say, he's a prodigy. He's a hitman, and most people, including Yakuza, have no idea who Zafabaru is. They've never even heard of Zafabaru before, of the Fable. Um, and he's remarkably good at what he does. So, I feel like traditionally, like a lot of older media, I haven't watched a lot of it. I'm just going to put that out there. But traditionally, a lot of older media show the Yakuza as like, the bloodlust and the violence, because that's what sells in media, right? It's like you got to have something exciting to sell the media, right? That they've taken that tack with that in more traditional, like, that's what goes on, because that's the scary part of any sort of organized crime organization, right? So then, especially in a country where it's like guns are not kind of all widely out there, you can just get guns. Like the American mafia movies, lots of guns, lots of killing people, lots of all that, lots of people driving by in cars, shooting each other with Tommy guns, that kind of thing going on, right? All the way up through like Heat and Casino and like all the movies made around that, all Martin Scorsese stuff and whatnot. Goodfellas, The Godfather, The Godfather. So Yakuza stuff feels different to a Western audience, I think, but I think the earlier movies and stuff reinforce that idea of these are violent people doing violent things to each other. They're involved in so much crime, it's like they're bad people. Do not piss them off. Do not do whatever. Then we had a slate of softer image Yakuza stuff. I like to point to the Goksen. If you've never seen the Goksen, I think it's a good a distillation of that. Where in the Goksen, the daughter, she's the number one daughter in the family, in this modern era. She doesn't want to take over for her dad, who is like the boss of the family, and he spends all his day in his house in his Japanese in his kimono and stuff like that, and all the other guys are hanging about looking hard in their suits and wearing sunglasses, and I'm sure they all have tattoos and whatnot. And so she's like, no, I want to go teach. I want to be a high school teacher. And then she does, and she ends up at a delinquent school. And then she shows what a hard ass that she is, and the delinquents bounce right off her. That they're like, oh, we can't scare her. Then we respect her, and then we really like come around on this stuff. And I don't know if they ever really, I can't remember if they find out or not that she's the daughter of a Yakuza boss or not. I think that's just something that comes maybe later, because she's trying to keep all that stuff secret from the staff, because the staff found out, she'll get fired. If the kids find out, then the staff will probably find out, and then she'll get fired. She's trying to keep everything like separate, and she has nothing to do with her dad's Yakuza life. And so what we get is a story about a teacher who has a reason to keep these two things separate. She's afraid for losing her job, but the environment she grew up in led to her understanding like how to come at these boys who are, to her, they're boys, they're not scary. She's like, no, I know what scary is, because there's a shorthand that we're supposed to understand about this is what organized crime is like. And she would have to have kind of tacitly understood a lot of that. We're not ever going to show it, but we're going to do this. Instead, we're going to just kind of be like, she has a nice home life, and that's the way things are. There's never anything dastardly going on at the place where she lives. And we've had many shows like that, lots of manga, lots of whatever, that have gone some ways to say, well, what if the Yakuza, scary, scary, but what if softer, softer? Because also they're people. So that's not so bad. What if we make softer media around this? I forgot to take my break. I got to take a break then after this. Mods, please remind me to say, take a break, take a break, take a break. If I get through this whole conversation, I haven't taken my break. Please bug me about doing that. The Fable, I think, recaptures a lot of the, by taking someone who's a hitman, they can say, this is where we're going to imbue this with comedy. We're going to take somebody who is OP in this respect. We're going to make him the protagonist, and we're going to create a lot of problems that are the kind of problems that are realistic, that would involve the Yakuza. And I think that means that the comedy that comes out of this is way easier to inject into the show, because it's a violent show. Like, people die. This guy's a hitman, right? So people are going to die. And it's tough and it's brutal in a lot of ways. And also, when there's comedy and when there's drama, and when there's sexual assault, that you're like, oh, and letting you know that right now, that you're like, oh, like, yeah, because this is a brutal world that he is tangentially related to. He's not Yakuza himself, but he's tangentially related to this. And so I've really liked it. And I mean, the opening and endings for both are Japanese gangster rap, right? Like, they're the very kind of like, look at how fucking hard I am feeling kind of, I have no idea what the lyrics are because they don't translate them for screen and I don't speak Japanese that well, but they all feel like this is all super hard kind of, this isn't bubblegum rap, right? It's all like, we're going to be real hard about this. And everything about it is like, we're packaging this. There's also a movie, I guess, that's based on this too. Everything about the package is meant to be like, this is a hard world. This is a brutal world. Bad things happen here. But this is also a comedy that feel a little bit of romance. I kind of get that's in there. That's a comedy. It's meant to have that kind of lighter spin at times. And so it's not going to be, a bad end every time. Maybe this ends in a bad end. I don't know. But what I've watched so far of it, which is, I'm pretty sure I'm caught up, feels heroic at times and feels like motivating at times and feels like it's like, okay, I want to watch more of this, despite how brutal it's got in some spots. Like, I don't want this to happen, but I'm like, I know that somehow we're going to not have a terrible, terrible thing happen. We're not going to fridge anybody. Right. Shit, I don't know now. Now I don't know. And that's what's made this really compelling. I was like, I can't wait to see what this is going to be like. And I'm like, oh shit, it's not the Gokusen. It's not the Way of the House Husband. It's not, hey, you're my favorite Yakuza guy, but I need someone to look after my daughter, so now you're her babysitter. It's not that. It's a story that feels like that all these things could happen for real, except for the points where it's a little too ridiculous, but you're like, that's fine. and I like it a lot. And if you can take the brutality of it, you'll probably really enjoy it because it it's it's fucking weird in places too, in ways that I didn't expect. So yeah, um, I liked it. I liked it a lot. And before we move on to the next one, we're going to take that quick break, and I'll be back in probably less than 3 minutes. Well, I'll take my 3 minute break because it's 3 minute ad break. And thank you for being here so far. I will be right back after a few minutes. Go take your break. All right, welcome back. And the microphone works, and we're all good. And I got some, I forget what tea that I made. What tea did I make? Ooh, I don't know. It's good though. It's good. It's good. Oh, Cookie Mom. I'll just tell you right now, Dungeon Meshi was awesome. I am looking forward to more. So if you need to go to bed, go to bed. But it's Dungeon Meshi fucking rules, and I'm surprised that people don't want to watch it. But I also get why they like. Oh, I don't think I like the idea of watching them cut up monsters and turn them into food. That can be hard, right? Heather doesn't watch Dungeon Meshi because she's like, I can't cross that barrier. I'm like, that's fine. I love it, and that's okay. You don't have to watch it. So, taking the headphones off now. All right. So, welcome back to the bonus stream. We're doing Beej's Anime Roundup. We are still on the spring of 2024. And what do I want to do here? We talked about the Fable. It's really good. It's brutal, but it's really good. I'm glad that I watched it. I can't believe they're making more of it. I thought we were going to sew it up after 13, and I was like, oh, you're making more shit. That's awesome. All right, moving on. The Idolmaster, Shining Colors. Have never been an Idolmaster person. Are they all standing showing off their ass? What? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Moving on. The New Gate. No, didn't watch that. Yay. All right. So, if you were not... Oh, God. Should I... Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Hang on. Donati. No, yokai. Yo. How are we doing this in English these days? There we go. No. I want the... Oh, you know what? It'll probably just be linked right off the Wikipedia page. References. Official anime website in Japanese, you betcha. No, I don't know. Not now. Go away. All right. So, I hope there's the music playing. Oh shit, is there music playing? Great. Okay, I don't want to get the stream taken down. Let's talk about Tonari no Yokai-san. Because somebody was translating the manga for this a while ago and then stopped. And I was just like, oh, wow. I really like this. This is such a chill, wholesome show. Oh my God. No, it isn't. This show is I like it. It's a lot of fun. It is, if you are feeling depressed about things like death or problems in the world, this can be tough. But I still think it's a lot of fun. I think it's a lot of fun actually to see how yokai and humans also have relationships within this as well. That there are people who are clearly, they're clearly dating. And that it's like, right. So how do you square that circle? You don't. This is just what the world has been like for hundreds of years. Everyone just kind of understands where they fit into the world. This is rarely that I will pull up a whole thing, but the reason why I wanted to do it, specifically because of Wagen-kun here, Chiaki is I'm pretty sure, okay, I'm not going to say 1976, even though the number's on the license plate, but I am going to say is a Mark I Volkswagen Golf. that the owners loved so much that he he voiced by male sounded like, so maybe it's he, I can't remember, maybe it is he, um turned into a yokai. They Which is, I think, that is one of the wonderful things about how the Japanese approach religion, or at least how Shinto, the idea of the Shinto religion and whatnot, that if you have enough people, if there's enough love, if there's enough care, if there's enough belief that gets imbued into even an object, then that thing can have a soul, and therefore that can become sentient one day. And Wagen Kun here, because that's what a lot of them call him for short, even though it's like something Chiaki. Wagen Kun can change between being the car that they can ride around in, but also can become like a person that walks around, and then you have to represent them somehow. Well, the tiny car for a head, but then black everything else for the body, right? As you can see here, that's not like a morph suit or anything that Chiaki's wearing. That's just their body. For what I love about this is that Chiaki has to get a driver's license when he becomes sentient. Otherwise, he can't drive himself around. So, one little thing, spoil that for you. This is such a fun, wholesome show that also has a lot of depth and a lot of tears in it. So many tears. Holy shit. Um, and it is a lot of fun to watch. It's more complicated than you think. And it's really interesting to see, like, what if your world was made up of yokai as well? What are the challenges that you have to overcome to live in a world like that? What does it mean? Like the cat, like Buchio is super cute, but also Buchio became a Nekomata because Buchio's 20 years old, and you can't just pick up a 20-year-old sentient cat and be like, oh, what a cute kitty you are, because that's a 20-year-old person that you're like, you can't just kind of, the mom could do that because it's the mom, right, of his family. But if the kids used to do that, it's like, it's kind of not okay anymore for the kids to be like, oh, I'm gonna pet my older brother's head. That's weird because the cat's 20 years old, but I'm like 8. So little things like that mix into this world, and it is interesting to see how everyone lives there, how they learn. And Buccio is kind of, he takes center stage for a while because he becomes a Nekomata at the start of the series, and that's what lets us into what this world is like. I would take another cour of this. I'd take another 3 cour of this. I love watching it so much. I hope they do more. I hope there's more manga to do. I hope that there's just a lot more that comes out of this. It's a lot though. Like the series is a lot. If you're feeling kind of weepy lately, that might be a tough watch. But it also is. I think it's fun and it's interesting and it feels good too. It is ultimately, I think, also a feel good anime. Despite you can see all the hugging and all the stress and the smiles and the laughter, but there's lots of tears, and yeah, it surprised me that it was kind of really leaning in on that. One of the best of this season absolutely is. If they make more of it, I will be here to watch more of it. Token Anbukai, Kyoden Moyuru Honnoji. Something happened at the Honnoji. Okay, so there's a sword that Oda Nobunaga, and then they all go to, he's happy to be at and then there's also, these are all sword boys. It's all boyfriend dungeon. I don't fucking care. Moving on. Whatever it is, it's whatever it is. I didn't watch it. Sorry, I didn't watch it. Adaptation of a stage play. Adaptation of a sexy sword boy gotcha game. Makes sense. I can say those words now and be like, oh, that makes sense. Unnamed Memory. I did not watch this. I liked the idea of, I come up into your tower and I ask you to marry me, and she's like, okay, cool. Well, there might be stuff, but I kind of just didn't really feel like I wanted to, like I wasn't really into the idea for whatever reason. So I just like, well, whatever, move on. Vampire Dormitory. I'm not a vampire fan. I have watched very few things that have vampires in them. My favorite being Jitsu wa Watashi wa and that the manga is way better than the anime is. The anime is attempted an adaptation, and something got lost along the way. The I always tell people that you should go read My Monster Secret or whatever the hell. Um, but Jitsu wa Watashi wa is so good as a manga. Holy shit! You just the thing that I tell people about that is if there any reason I can bring up vampires and I can bring up to talk about this, I'm going to because it is probably my favorite instance. Um, this is just like the you read Jitsu wa Watashi wa for the faces because the faces are astounding because I believe it's a comedy manga done by somebody who used to do horror manga. So they adapt all the faces that you would see in a horror manga, but then they crank them up for reactions even more, and it just oh, so great. I don't know about this. I didn't watch it. Windbreaker, funny name. Didn't watch it. Not interested in. That's fine. Yoru no kurage wa oyogenai. No, didn't watch this. Right, a music drama thing, the jellyfish thing. I've heard people talk about this and people saying, "Oh, this was better than Girls Band Cry." Now that's the thing. I know there's a lot of like Yuri or side Yuri, business Yuri, whatever you want to call it, shows this season. I saw people talking about this as well. Um, I don't know if it's good or not because I didn't come at this to try to figure out. So yeah, that's fine. Yozakura-san. Whenever I see Yozakura, I always end up thinking of the about Gintama. So then I always feel good about that. And then I see there's more after this. It's like Yozakura-san Chino Daisaksen. I think maybe this was fun. It looks fun, but I didn't watch it. So if you had fun watching it, then that's good. So, however, this is fun for me. And the best part about this, what pleases me about this is that I was watching it and I was really just kind of like because I'd forgotten that it was out. Because I had heard that it was out. We even talked about it last time, but I completely forgot because it wasn't in my list, like so I wasn't getting it. And so when when I was reminded because I came back to this site and was scrolling through things really fast, I'm like, oh shit, I didn't have this. Um, that I went and I got it, and like I said, I binged it in like 2 or 3 days, and one because I'm like I said, I've been under the weather, so I've just been at home on painkillers, watching stuff, and just being like, this is what I'm gonna do now. And to have the reason why this is great is because I got to watch a lot of it, and then I was like, right, there's a movie, and I went and I found the movie, and then I Heather watched like I think episode 11 or episode 12. She was bored and missing me because I was just kind of like a lump on a couch. And so she came in just like, I'm just gonna sit here and I'm gonna be on my phone and you. She didn't say all this out loud. It's just what happens sometimes. I'm gonna be on your phone. You're gonna watch a thing. I'm like, yes. And I think she watched a bit of it and she's like, oh okay. And the next night I was like, there's I do have this movie. Thinking she's gonna say no, and she's like, what's the movie about? And I'm like, well, it's all these girls, but they're all older. They're all adults now, and they're all going to the crux of the movie is they all get to make their own. They're working together to make a campsite, and she's like, oh, and it's as laid back as the it should be the same as the show you were watching then, right? Like, it's as laid back as that. I'm like, I imagine it will be, and she's like, I am down for anything that is wholesome and laid back and not terribly challenging. And yes, let's watch that. And she watched it with me, and I felt like I had a bit of a victory there. And I have no idea if she's listening to this right now at home. She probably isn't. But I definitely felt like I won a little victory to be like, yes, this is a good show. It's goofy and fun and relaxed, but it's also informative and it's beautiful. And I've seen people complain about the fact that this season especially, they really lean into let's take a photo, like huge, like 4K photos, or maybe even more, and then let's run them through an anime filter, just to basically soften or brighten or HD everything just a little bit, and then we'll have, you know, the girls like walking through the scene, or we'll have them like on, you know, Rin's on her moped and she's driving through the scene. And I was just like, yeah, like I know that for a lot of people that kind of idea sucks, but I'm like, but part of the show is largely about all the places that you can go camp and how beautiful it is and how rustic it is in all these different areas. And so naturally they're going to want to lean on, well, let's make them realistic. And so then therefore, let's just straight up use pictures. And it feels a little weird too, because you're like, yeah, you know, it feels like cheating, because the backgrounds are like not drawn from scratch. Frankly, I don't care because the show's fun and relaxing, and I'm trying not to. There's moments where you're like, oh, that animation wasn't as good as it could be. Like the 3D animation of driving into this camera or driving away from the camera is not quite as smooth or nicely integrated with the backgrounds as possible. And frankly, I don't give a shit at all because I'm like, whatever. I'm here. I'm not here to see how beautiful that 3D animation of Rin driving away in a moped is. I'm here to just see how they're just going to sit around and chill and they're going to relate to each other. There was so much texting of photos and conversations back and forth and solo camping and all these things like, yeah, you know what? This is great. It's just laid back and lovely. And that's all I want it to be. That's why it's called laid back camp. Yudo camp is just like, it's laid back camp. It's really nice. I the only thing I would probably like more of is more like, I'd love to see gear review. I'd love them to do gear review of stuff, but it wouldn't be gear review of like stuff that they're using. It would be gear review of stuff that they're being sponsored by, because they did that one where like I think during the first season where shows camp, is that the name of the company who makes it? There's a you're going to see them use a portable stove quite often, and the company that makes the stove that they used in the show, made a special collab version. It wasn't the Coleman lamp; it was an actual stove. There was a Coleman lamp that there was a stove that they made. SHO apostrophe S is the name of the company, I think. And it's kind of like a collapsible thing. You pull it apart and you go twist like that, and you kind of put it together, and you can put, you know, wood or fuel or whatever in there, and then you light it and you can cook over top of it. They made a special version that laser etched into the side of the Yodo Camp logo, and I think it had Rin on it as well. And it was just like, yeah, that's what they do. Also, I love the opening and ending are good, and the opening is very aesthetic. Oh my god, it's so aesthetic. It is it is this great mix of colors, the teals and the light brown and white and orange and everything. I'm like, it's just so beautifully mixed color wise. And I was just like, man, I kind of, Heather has a really nice shawl at home, and I was like, I want to buy her another shawl though that's in those colors, because I like the way that they look. And I'm like, I'm gonna get you this, even though it's not the colors you like, it's colors I like, but then you can wear it. I really like the show. It's a lot of fun. Oh, I'm gonna roll up on the thing here for a second. We were talking about vampires briefly, and Doodles mentioned only vampire anime I've last liked in the past decade was Call of the Night. Yeah, me too. I love the anime for that, and I thought it did a really great job adapting the manga. Call of the Night was really good too. The manga was a lot of fun to read also. All right, let's move through this. Ageo to Timu. Planet inhabited by creatures that never see the light of day. There's nothing to be proud of, but that's okay. What a great summation, but I didn't watch it. So moving on. They look like the same show. Chibi Godzilla no Gyakushu 2, didn't watch that. Kumarba, didn't watch that. Nijion Animation 2, didn't watch that. Shibuya Hachi. Oh my god, really? What? Huh? Yeah, didn't watch that, but okay. Yutunya 2, didn't watch that. Dungeon Meshi. Hey, this is great. And yeah, if you liked it, then awesome. And if you didn't like it, I get it. It's not for everybody. But I think it's for a lot of people. Like and don't feel bad because you're like, then you're in the minority. It's like, oh, that's fine. You can be, it's fine. It's funny. Like, I know people have been talking a lot about like how cool the dub was, and like, yeah, Pro ZD was in the dub. I watched the original with subs, but I've seen people do mixes where they take the English dub and everybody's speaking English except Marcel is speaking German, because the woman who does Marcel for the German dub fucking nails how like just incoherent panic that Marcel does. And it's so fun to watch the edits where it's like everyone's speaking English and all of a sudden she's speaking German and she's freaking the fuck out. And I'm like, it's kind of perfect in a way. Like I would watch that with her subtitled. Like everybody could understand her in the show, would be fine. Give me subtitles so I know what she's saying. But like seeing that interaction, I'm like, that's so good. So yeah, Dungeon Mesh is really good. The fact that they said they're getting a second season, I'm like, I the we can talk about like you watch this, you're like, okay, this is a really good show. The Trigger's doing a great job of it. And then there are the Trigger moments. Like you'll know when you see them where you're like, oh yeah, shit. That was them saying, okay, we can go off model and we can be a little wild here. And they do. And the animation is like, oh yeah, okay, shit. We're gonna put our signature on this, and they do. And it feels great. Like Ryoko Kui created a world that is so dense with lore and did it sprinkling a little bit of it out all the time, that you always feel like you're learning something new about the place where things are happening. It feels familiar if you're into dungeon crawling stuff. It feels fresh enough that you don't expect it to be the way that it is. And I think that Trigger's been very good about adapting and showing as much as they can of those things to get it all out there. Like we're up to 24 episodes. I don't know how many chapters we've been through, probably into the 50s or 60s. There's so much more that's happening in like that in the manga. There's lots that goes on in the manga. I don't feel like anything got left out that I would say to somebody. It's like, oh, don't watch this. It's a, you know, it's like, no, it's a really good adaptation. I would almost recommend. This is so much more entertaining from a point of view of just like the dynamism of it, right? Like the motion and watching it happen and watching people's reactions and everything else. I'm like, there's a lot that goes on. So yeah, it's really, really good. And I mean, probably what I would do, if anything else, is I would still tell people like, go look up the Dungeon Meshi fan books that Ryoko Kui did herself that are basically meant to be like, here's more of the lore of these people, the half-foots, you know, and the elves and how they fit into things and how all the races, the tall man and everything, tall men are human, but they're just referred to as tall men, how they all work in the worlds where they're in. God, it is such a good adaptation. And when they got to the end of the series and it's like, yeah, announced second season, I'm like, you're damn right. I will be at this point. I'm like, if it does not get the full story spelled out, I will be shocked. And the manga's done. That's the thing, is that they don't have to do any sort of like, they don't have to like break anything up or do anything different. They can tell the whole story. If we get, if in 48 or 50 episodes we get the whole show or the whole manga, I can understand. I hope we don't. I hope that we get another 24 to 26, and that I hope that we get, if we need another 12 to 24 to finish, that's what we get too. That's like, this could be one of those shows where you can tell the whole story. One of the things I loved about this show too, especially watching like the Tour, is that, as somebody had said, the first cour has a very like serious, you know, bump of chicken doing the opening, and everyone's very serious. It's like, we're doing this serious thing. But the first cour is balls to the wall, just wacky comedy, like so much going on that's just like goofy shit, but a very serious feeling opening. It's like, you know, good feeling opening, but not like, and not like dour or anything, but just kind of like, we're doing this thing, and there's a quest coming up, and we're going to do a thing. I wasn't so hot on Party as the ending, but it's fine. And then the second opening is, we're having a great time. It's wonderful. Everyone's falling into the soup. A good song. I can't remember what it's called. Good song. Everyone's having a great time. And the show goes so serious. And I'm like, oh, yeah, wow, funny that happened that way. But kind of great, because it's like, I think it's making you feel like you've been brought into this show with this promise of it's going to be a serious thing, but it's fantasy, right? And then all of a sudden it's like the turn happens. You're like, hey, remember the show's still fun. It's still happy and fun and goofy and shit. And it's like, it is, but there's some shit that's happening now. Like there's a problem. So yeah, I'm real happy with what they've been able to pull off so far, and I look forward to seeing what the rest of it's going to look like. I hope they have the money they need, and in a way, I also hope that it's like, I hope that they have the will. Like I hope that they have where it's like we're gonna do this to the end, and not only we're gonna do this to the end, like people are gonna love this, and that we're gonna have we can get the money for it, and we have the ability to pull it out the whole way, and that if it's not up to our standard, that we will we will hold on it, and then we will be like, oh, we're gonna be a week late. We're gonna be a week late. Sorry, Netflix, that's how it is. I think that's the value of producing a thing for producing a thing for a streaming service in this way, is that if you do not have to make if you don't have to make the schedule on TV, that you're like, it can be a day or two late in arrival. It's like, I guess you have that benefit of not having to be completely pushed to the edge to make a good thing happen, because ultimately it's like, you can either release. I wish we had better light in here. I hate that I have that little thing in the corner. Let's just do this. Great. That's how we're doing it now. That they're like, you can have the time. There's that video game thing where it's like, you can either have your thing now and not ready, or you can have it done when it's ready. And I'm like, if they're making money off of it, it'll be way easier for them to say, sure, like, yes, we will let you do it this way. At least in the US, the anime has caused the manga to sell it constantly, so I'm hoping that translates to more money. Me too. I mean, it's definitely reflecting the fact that the US market is just selling it out. Like, they're just like, we've made it. If you go online to manga reading websites, go look up some of the other stuff Ryoko Kui's done, because I started reading this like when it come out originally. So I was reading from the beginning. Smug motherfucker. When I was reading this from the beginning, I was like, oh, this is really interesting. And so I was like, I should look up what else that they've done. And they have done some other neat stories, and nothing that got quite as big as this, I don't think, but it was still like, there is this. And so I read a lot of their back catalog too, and I was like, all their stuff is actually pretty good. So it's like with what's her name, Ichikawa, who I can't remember her name. She did Land of the Lustrous, Hoshiki no Kuni. I'm gonna get it wrong, but going to read the other stuff that she had done in and around and before and all that after before Land of the Lustrous, it was like, oh yeah, this is the kind of stories you like to tell. So anyway, this is good. Read the manga, buy the manga if you like to, but watch the show. It's real good. Tsuki ga Michibiku Isekai Dochu, second season. Didn't watch the first. Didn't therefore watch that either. This is a leftover, obviously. So Urusei Yatsura 2022 second season. So I picked this up again because I did not watch I didn't watch it as it was coming out. I'm trying to watch it now. And I watched the episode where, I think the first one that I would have watched is the one where Ryonosuke shows up. And I was like, right, this I think is the thing that bugs me about how they come at it, is I'm like, it's so obvious what the introduction is going to of Ryonosuke is supposed to be like. New character, right? So we have to spend some time with this new character. And the first half of the episode is like, you're beating a dead horse. So you're doing the same thing over and over and over again. And I'm like, I know what's going on here. I wish you had gotten to the second half of the episode way faster, because then you can start to see how everything starts to get complicated, which is what's fun about Urusei Yatsura, is how everything gets complicated. So I'm sure there's going to be more people that I meet, obviously. and I'm kind of looking forward to that. But I watched the first episode that I had available or that I hadn't watched. This was a weird thing to say, and I'm hoping to go and watch the rest of it because I did find that, yeah, like the last several episodes of the first season got, or the second cour of the first season got really interesting. And because now we had more stories and more ridiculous shit was happening because you didn't have to know who everybody was. You already knew, and now you can move on. Okay. Enjoying this. Glad David Production has something else to do than just doing JoJo. Didn't watch the Blue Lock episode or movie. Didn't bother watching the Butcher the Rock movie because, hey, if it's a compilation film, I already like Butcher the Rock. I don't need to watch the compilation film. Dead Dead Demons, the Destruction, Cole Show. Did not watch this yet. I know Ian likes this. I've heard from a lot of people this is really, really good. So at some point I will probably engage with it. Hasn't happened yet. Gintama on Theater 2D, Ikokuke Seihen, Theatrical Cut of Courtesy Nation Arc, Yeah, didn't watch that, despite being a big Gintama fan, but I didn't get, I mean, it's a theatrical cut of this arc, which maybe I do have to watch. I have no idea. Just to get through stuff faster. Iris, the movie Full Energy, nope. Kura Megu Kagari, heard about this because it pairs nicely with Kura Yukaba. You can see they're by the same company. You see that they have the same treatment of stuff going on. Seems interesting. Maybe we'll get to watch it sometime. I don't know. We'll see. Look back. I did see this come up somewhere. Yeah, I guess it just recently got posted about June 28th. So I've been seeing, I saw this show up somewhere. I can't remember where. Well, maybe watch it. We'll see. Metante Konen, Hyakuman Dol no Michishirube. Nope. I have no idea what goes on in Detective Conan these days. That's 27th movie. Omuroke, Dear Friends. I do read Yuri Yuri, but anyway. Rabbit's Kingdom, the movie. Nope. Sorike Anpanman by Kinman to Ehon no Rurun. Didn't watch that. Suhukan no Yelwo. Yelwo. Sounds interesting. Well, maybe someday if I see it in the service or something that I know of, maybe I'll watch it. Who knows? Trapezium, I did hear about this. It's based on a novel. I don't know if I will watch it or not. I did hear about it a lot. Theatrical version of Road to the Top. I haven't even watched it yet, so we'll see for Uma Musume. Don't know. Another Uma Musume thing. Jungle Pocket. It must be in Triple Crown Place. Whatever. I don't know. Probably won't watch it. I don't know. OVAs, Blue Lock episode Nagi additional time. Nope. Dokon Jogairu Yanin. Nope. Garuden, Live Way the Lone Wolf. Nope. Girls in Panzer, Taicho War. Nope. Good face though. I do like a good weird face from time to time. Grim Kumikyoku. Nope. Didn't bother with that. Hanmabaki, and I've seen it show up in Netflix and stuff, and I was like, I did not bother with this. I was not really that interested in seeing like, hey, what if a fairy tale, but like more fucked up than normal, right? And I was like, that's how I felt about this in watching the trailer. It's like, it's a fairy tale, but then what if it was fucked up? And I'm like, I guess. And yeah, so I didn't pick it up. I don't know if that's what it is or not, but just kind of created this feeling that I had. So Hanmabaki versus Kengan Ashura. No, I guess I'd have to be into either of those to really enjoy that. Harinezumi no Ruchika. Nope, didn't watch that. Jongtama-kan. Sequel to Jongtama Pong. Nope. Niji on Animation 2. Shinsaku Animation. Nope. Ojamajo Doremi 1620s. Oh, that's cute. They're making... Yep, didn't know about that. Wasn't going to watch it anyway. Ponkotsu Quest. Mao to Hakken no Mamono Tachi. Season 8. I didn't watch Season 7, unfortunately, so I'll never catch up. Wasn't going to watch it anyway. Rokuro no Daibo Ken. Nope, didn't watch that. Saint Seiya Knights of the Zodiac Battle Sanctuary Part 2. It must be great news for people who love Saint Seiya, and I know there's an awful lot of them. I was not interested, so I did not. Sandland the series. I did not watch that. Shin Yaranaika. I'm still impressed that this made it into the thing. I watched the trailer for this and was like, I feel like the trailer is actually maybe the trailer was the point. But I watched the trailer, I'm like, uh-huh. But anyway, yeah. Oh yeah, Sandland is on Disney Plus. Star. So if you have Disney Plus, you should be able to get it because you'll have Star. Apparently it's on TikTok, I guess. No, that's the TikTok thing. Anyway, that's that. Ski Demo Kirai na Amanojaku, or My Oni Girl. What a terrible fucking title for this. We watched this. It was fine. Like, it was fine. Like, I was like, oh, need a movie to watch tonight. Well, we'll watch this. It was fine. So, yeah. TP Bone. Whenever I hear of somebody doing like an adaptation of something, because you find out that like, oh, this is an old manga that was popular, I guess, and then it gets a modern adaptation on Netflix. I'm like, somebody had a passion project. Thank you, Defrost, for the warning. I was like, somebody had a passion project at Bones, I guess, and they did this, and I haven't watched it. It is on Netflix, so maybe I'll pick it up someday and watch it. Who knows? Or maybe it'll get cut from the service. I mean, they probably paid for it, so they probably don't get rid of everything, but well, whatever. One train Doko e Iku, mini anime of Train to the End of the World. Uh, I thought I watched an episode of this. Clearly, I did not because I didn't know about this. Okay, yeah, I'll I'll go. I'll click on the thing later and I'll find this. This is kind of great. I was unaware that they did this, or I would have marked it. So, Yozakura Sanchi no Mini Saksen. I didn't watch the other thing, so I wouldn't know what's going on there. So we are coming. We're almost at our 2 hour mark. Jolly G says, I'm not sure the train shorts got translated, which is fine because I watched the Apothecary Diaries once untranslated anyway and kind of followed along, and they were cute. That's the frustrating thing I find about this, where it's like, I know that you can. There's that whole thing about being able to upload subtitles to a YouTube video, but of course you need to send those to the person who runs the channel. We run into that issue where it's like we'd like to do that kind of thing, to be able to give captions or subs or whatever, but it's so much work, and reviewing what people send us, and especially if you don't speak the language. I think that's why we don't see a lot of that happen more often too, because you can't trust that anyone's just not going to be like, I'm just going to translate the joke differently into this language so that it makes sense as a joke. And it's like, people going to like that? I don't know. And also, what if you just get somebody who sends you a thing and be like, yeah, just say the word penis, penis, penis over and over in our native language. And that's what we'll do. We'll just give you troll subs. And, it could happen too. So you don't really know what's happening. And so it's harder to feel confident about what you should do in that respect. It's a lot of the reasons why I think a lot of YouTubers don't do that. They would pay to get a professional translator to do the work. And that ain't us right now. Yeah. But as part of supporting the service of the thing that we do, I am going to make you watch another 3 minutes of ads, and we are going to come back. We're going to come back and do the summer, which is going to start with whatever the hell that is. So I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Thanks. Okay. To keep like going back and forth, lean into touch buttons. Touch button, get dizzy. More of the Anime Roundup, but now we're on summer of 2024. Again, for those who are looking to follow along, anichart.net is where I do it, and you might be like, wow, how do you make it look like that? You can zoom in and out on a browser, and the responsive design will change things so you can get them to look a certain way. And I like it to look like we're doing it on a tablet, even though that we're not, obviously. My hair is all over the place. This is, again, part of being under the weather, is that I don't really think too much about trying to make sure my hair is perfect every day. I'm just kind of like, I just want to get up. So, okay, so I'm just going to say 2.5 Jigen no Riri-sa. I like that I'm seeing people say, 2.5 dimensional seduction. Is that the term we're using for this? Fine. Fine. I'm not watching this. I think if you're enjoying this, great. I don't think it's going to be for me. And I don't mind a smut. I it's weird, right? Like, I do like how Doodles calls this my dress up dumbass. I have no idea if there's other people who are doing that or not. If there's a popular thing, or if you just coined it. I don't want to take it away from you if you if you just came up with it. It's probably a good title. I don't know. At least when it's obvious, fine. Like, that's the thing. It's like, at least when it's obvious that it's gonna be smutty, fine. So whatever. I don't want to say anything bad about that in respect, because I'm reading this, I'm like, oh, it knows exactly what it is. So I guess that's, I can't say anything about that. I think it's a little weird that, and a real 3D girl. I'm like, it seems weird to say that, even though I'm like, I think, yeah, you do probably have to point that out, don't you? Nigoriri. Okay. Anyway, this would be like 5 halves. So it'd be like, Nibun no Go. Maybe that's where that's coming from. Anyway, the manga comes shrink wrap. Jesus, 7-ish if that's true. Oh shit, yeah. Wow, Travelog. I just noticed the 24 episodes too. Wow, okay. Well, they know what it is, so that's fine. God damn, I'm almost tempted to watch an episode just to see what it is. We'll have a conversation about that in a minute. In relation to other things, but yeah, I'm just like, and she's into remodeling the fetishing stuff, and I'm like, right. Like, my dress up darling, who I like, Sono Beast doll. I like just calling it Beast doll. Like, I like that it's like, oh, we're gonna call it that, but which I think is an interesting that they chose to do that, because it's supposed to be kind of like not a Hana doll, but anyway, I love the manga for Sono Beast doll. It's really good. We've introduced a complicating element of another girl into it. I'm like, I don't like that so much when they do that, but it's probably like one of the things like, well, we haven't checked that shit off yet, so might as well do it. I was hoping it would be more of the two protagonists are their future careers are pulling them in different directions away from each other, and how do they navigate that? That's what I was kind of hoping we'd see more of before we get into. But maybe that's what the new girl is supposed to also represent. I don't know. Anyway, this I don't know. I don't know what this is about. It's based on a manga. Sure, whatever. But yeah, the amount of fan service in Sono Bistal, in My Dress Up Darling, I'm kind of so comfortable with, where I'm like, yeah, oh, okay, yes, and I'm like, sure, and I get it. Even though it is high school students still, but I'm like, okay, but I get that's what we're going with. And I'm just like, this seems like more, I guess if it was less like the okay, if the she's into modeling the fetishy stuff is more like how don't forget her name from Bish Doll. What's the main character's name again? Damn it, I can't remember. If it was more like that, where she's like, "Oh, I'm just comfortable, just like, yeah, tear off the shirt, put on the stuff. Don't think so much about the boy that you're standing in." Marin, thank you. Don't think so much about the boy that you're standing in front in. Don't get embarrassed about that. Why? Because this is what cosplay is like. Tear off the stuff, put on this clothing, do whatever. He gets freaked out about it. It's like, sure, because he's not used to that world. She's used to that world. She only gets caught up in it when she realizes that she's like, oh wait, I like this boy. Wait, maybe I don't want to be. But that comes later. So we get a lot of like more comfortable shots of I'm wearing this like I like this smutty game because the outfits are beautiful and I like the story behind it. And yes, there's the smut that's a part of it, but I'm more about like the other things. But you know, because we can't have a beautiful girl admit that she likes smut either. I mean, maybe that would have been even more complicated for that manga, but whatever. And maybe if this is the same thing where it's like, I don't mind dressing up in the fetishy stuff. If this is what constitutes fetishy stuff, I'm like, wow, that was a low bridge. That's not a hard one to cross. Red Key Frame says, I've read the manga for this. It's great once you get past the opening and drop most of the smut. That's interesting. Oh, okay. Because interesting that you say that, and not to call you out on camera, but it's like interesting that you say it because sometimes you read a manga that starts with a lot of smutty setup because it's fishing for an audience, and then as it starts to drop it here and like you don't get it as much here and there, that you get kind of like sprinklings of fan service. Like it's like you only need to put a little bit of salt on your steak, right? You don't need to put a ton of salt on your steak. And it's like, yeah, if the story is good, if the steak is tasty, a little bit of salt is kind of a nice thing to have from time to time. And then you're like, when you start to see more of it, you're like, now I feel weird about it. What's a good example of that? The Dangers in My Heart. Fuck, that's Dangers in My Heart. Beautiful story in a way. I like how kind of it's drawing itself out, and I really like it. But man, when the mangaka's like, but also time for fan service with this girl that's in middle school, I'm like, oh, don't do that. Fuck. Oh, don't. I know you're, but oh, I wish you wouldn't. I wish you wouldn't. Doesn't feel right. But it's also for the 14-year-old boys who are reading, you're like, hell yes. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. I get it. So I get it. But that's interesting. Now I'm curious. Okay, you know what? Maybe we'll just drop a thing in here is that maybe I will pick it up for an episode just to see what it's like, maybe 2 episodes just to see what happens if it actually turns into something. Because as somebody says, if the dude is just a piece of shit, because typical otaku, right? If he's just like a terrible dude, I don't want to watch a thing about a terrible dude. But if it's like terrible dude gets better for some reason, then that might be appealing. But anyway. As Travelog says, so like a lot of prestige TV shows, it's like, yes, boy, did Game of Thrones certainly give us a sense of, we want you to keep you interested, so a bunch of titties, and it's like, yeah. Anyway. That's good. Sevenish says, I've read light novels like I was talking about, where the smut in some way is like an integrated YouTube sponsorship. It's there to make sure there's money. All right. Anyway, Oshinoko second season. Yes, we're watching this. I didn't want to start it yet because Oshinoko has been kind of a hard watch. It's good, but it is like, I always feel like I'm going to be like, especially after that first episode of the first season, it's like, oh dear, like something, you're like, I get kicked in the stomach and I don't know if I want to get kicked in the stomach over and over. And I don't know how much that's going to happen. So I was like, oh, we watched the first season and it was good. So let's watch the second season and see what happens. I said to Heather after watching the first episode of this, when I finally had the stomach up to be like, okay, let's watch it. And we watched the first episode. I'm like, okay, so then the second episode will be one that focuses on Ruby, the twin sister, instead of Aqua, the twin brother. Ruby will get an episode to kind of fill out whatever it is that she's interested in doing, because I think these are, I think the 2 stories might have to dovetail, or at least they have to cross over each other at some point. So we'll see what happens there. So yeah, we're watching this. I also said though, because the first episode opens with like, it opens with the stage show. Like you are sitting very far back from the stage, and you're watching a stage show happen for the first minute or two, introducing people. I've never been to a Japanese stage show adaptation of an anime or manga or anything like that. I've not really sat down and watched one either. Like I know the Ace Attorney one's supposed to be a lot of fun. And I mean, shit, I'm a big Sailor Moon fan, but I never watched any of the Sailor musicals. So um, I feel like getting to see like this is what this is supposed to feel like, and then watching them go through rehearsals and stuff. I'm like, okay, there's lots that's going to be happening here. I'm hoping that it maintains the interest. What I don't want this show to become is a thing of like, we're gonna lead you on a long, long, long path before Aqua finds his revenge. You know, like he'll be in his 50s and he'll meet the guy that knocked up his mother, and the guy will be 90 years old, and there'll be like a showdown of some sort, but he's on his deathbed or some horse shit like that. And I'm like, I don't really know what I want this to turn into ultimately. It's been interesting, so we'll see. I think that the more of this that I watch, then the more excited I will be about it. The longer I have to wait to watch more of it, then I will feel like I am less interested. That's kind of how Game of Thrones even worked for me. That it was like, watch the first season, we're like, oh shit, this is good. Oh yeah. You wait a few months, you're like, should we watch the second season? No, my passion kind of disappeared for this. I liked it when I was watching it, but I then was like, maybe not, maybe not. So yeah. Anyway, Atri. I know that I'm not reading all these things yet. I guess I should read this one though. Atri, my dear moments. In the near future, a sudden and unexplained sea rise has left much of human civilization underwater. Ikaruga Natsuki, a boy who lost his mother and one of his legs in an accident some years ago, returns disillusioned from a harsh life in the big city to find his old countryside home half swallowed by the sea. Okay, so kind of post-apocalyptic feeling thing. This will be interesting. Left without a family, all he has to his name is the ship and submarine left to him by his oceanologist grandmother and her debts, because that's how that is supposed to work, I guess. My understanding, at least in Canada, is that if you die with debts, you settle that out of your estate, and the people who are executing your will, then they have to pay off your debts out of your estate, and that's it. They don't have to take on your debts after that point. It's not their responsibility. So anyway, so her debts, it's like, well, I hope that you just sell the ship and the submarine to pay off her debts, I guess. I don't know. His only hope to restore the dreams for the future that he has lost, is take up an opportunity presented to him by the suspicious debt collector, Catherine. This is a scam. So they set sail to search the sunken ruins as a grandmother's laboratory in order to find a treasure rumor she says she left there. Let's try that again, ladies and gentlemen. They set sail to search the sunken ruins of his grandmother's laboratory in order to find a treasure rumor says she left there. But what they find is not riches or jewels, semicolon. It is a strange girl lying asleep in a coffin at the bottom of the sea, comma, Atri. Atri is a robot, but her appearance and her wealth of emotions would fool anyone to think she's a living, breathing human being. In gratitude for being salvaged, she makes a declaration to Natsuki. All right, good. I don't know. Drama, romance, sci-fi. Okay, we'll see what happens. It'll be interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I think this will be interesting. I hope it is. I'll give it the old 3-episode shot, right? We'll see what happens. Yeah. Boku no Tsuma wa Kanjo ga nai. Heather watched the first episode with me. She's not saying that she's going to drop it. She is going to watch, I think, the second episode at least with me, so I'm happy about that. Takuma isn't the most exciting guy. He's awkward, single, and does nothing but go to work and come home. Tired of doing chores, he decides to buy a housekeeping robot named Mina. She can cook and clean perfectly, and the two get to know each other better over time. Soon, Takuma starts to fall for Mina, but could a robot ever love him back? Okay, so that kind of doesn't quite capture everything that's going on here. But so I started reading this. This is the nice thing about being on something awful is that if you hang out in the on the threads that interest you on the manga forum, people will always be posting me like, "Yo, shit, this just got posted. This is interesting. Maybe you want to go." It's a surreal daily life manga about a guy who buys a robot housekeeper, but he falls in love with her. But then what happens as a result? So this is My Wife Has No Emotion, because that no emotions, right? So anyway, this is I like this. I like the manga. The world is complicated a little bit, which is nice too. This is yeah. As Gravid says, oh, I think I saw this anime 20 years ago and it was called Chobits. Yeah, you'd think that, and this isn't that. Um, it has that kind of element of what's going on there, but there's more there right away in the first episode. They give you so much more happening with this relationship, which is nice. That we're like, we're gonna just kind of turn the dial up real fast so we can get you through this. And I think the manga is like that. Um, and if I remember the manga gets to the wife point pretty fast. Um, and if I remember also from the manga too, this is more about the the struggles that you take in trying to like understand if this is the relationship that you want to have, for one thing, on both parties' parts. It's not just this isn't the story solely about Takuma. This is a story about Mina as well. This is understanding a little more about, well, why is she like this, the way that she is, how she is different from other robots, what happened to make her different, what do you do in that respect, how do you grow and change as a person, how does a robot grow and change as a person, and it's very interesting. I really liked it because it's not just he decides that he wants to fuck this robot one day and then he does, because that's not part of it. You'll notice here there's no sort of like, oh, there's no etchy component or anything else like that. This isn't like Mahoromatic, the kind of like, oh, like she's a maid but she has all these outward emotions. Like, no, that's not it. It is different, and I like it, and it's complicated in a way that makes it fun. I hope that you try it and like it too. But I think it is one you might have to try a few episodes of to get the hand of whether you like it or not. It's always fun for me revisiting something that I've read when I'm like, oh, yeah, that seems interesting. And then I go ahead and I keep reading it and I'm like, yeah, this is interesting. And then to watch something as an adaptation and be like, holy shit, is that actually how that got started and how I remember it getting started? Because then you realize it's like, it's not quite the same. So, oh, all right, moving on. Bye bye, Earth. In a world of anthropomorphic animals, Belle LeBlanc was born as the only human being. Having no fangs, fur, or scales, she was called faceless, and they had a word for that. And she lived a lonely life with no one else she could identify with. I want to be part of the world, with such long part of their world. With such longing in her heart, she decides to set out on a journey to find her roots, carrying the Runding, a great sword as tall as she is. She doesn't know how many adversities await her along the way. No, while I like the idea of, woman gets a giant sword and gets out there to kick the shit out of people, I guess to decide where she belongs, just like didn't really like the thing doesn't really grab me. Um, I don't. Yeah, yeah. I think maybe it's just action adventure fantasy all lining up, and I'm like, I don't really. At least it's not like an isekai thing of OP or anything else. But I don't know. It just didn't really grab me. So, trailer look for this like neat. People are saying, yeah, all right. Well, maybe I'll try to watch the trailer. But yeah, it was just kind of like, Cardfight Vanguard, Divinez Season 2. Nope. Delico's Nursery. I was like, oh, is this like, I mean, we were watching Shadow's House. Is this like somebody else had to do a Shadow's House? Hailing from the prestigious noble house of Delico, Dali Delico is an elite member of the Blood Pact Council with a promising future. When the Blood Pact Council, the highest governing body for the Vamps, assigns a special mission to Dali, he flatly refuses it. Having lost patience, Gerhard, Dino, and Henrique, who are also council members serving the same term as Dali, rush to the house of Delico to persuade him. What they've witnessed there is Dali taking care of an infant himself. Meanwhile, there's been a series of mysterious murders targeting Vamps, and Dali seems to have a history with Pendulum, an antisocial organization that is thought to be the mastermind behind these murders. This is the record of the noblesse oblige scramble of child rearing by the noble Vamps. Can they find the right balance of their absolute mission and child care in this magnificent gothic world? Fuck. Like, yeah, and you call something Grand Guignol, and I'm like, okay, maybe that's what it's supposed to be. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of proper nouns, right? That's the thing. Whenever we run into a lot of proper nouns, I always end up feeling like I feel like I have a problem happening. I feel like I'm running into some shit, and so yeah, no, I'm sure it's like, please, I'm asking all the young Japanese people, would you please have kids and also become immortal? That is the position of the Japanese government right now. Fuck, if you can't have kids, can you at least be immortal and never die so you can work forever? We need you to be one or both of these things. That's all we ask. Anyway. Not gonna watch it. Dungeon no Naka no Hito. Yes. Actually, yes. You see the green check mark. On the hunt for her missing father, Master Thief Clay heads off into an unexplored dungeon, but much to her surprise, the dungeon's caretaker offers her a job. Thievery hasn't worked for her thus far, so perhaps this new career path will take her closer to finding her dad, but change is never easy. From interviewing monster guardians to positioning traps to confound would-be explorers, Clay has a lot to learn about what it means to be one of the dungeon people. We watched the first episode of this already. I like it. It looks pretty fun. I would say cute. I think she's cute. I don't know if the show is going to be cute. It's definitely comedy. This is anti-dungeon meshy. Yeah, it's very much Dungeon Keeper, but even like a lighter. It feels a little fluffy, and that's fine. I mean, if you want a take on this that is not fluffy, Daumen Seiman does a manga. I believe it's called The Dungeon That Kills All Adventurers, and god damn, I love Daumen Seiman's stuff. Like, there's a lot of work that they do that is really crazy. Yeah, this is this is kind of fluffy and funny, and I think it'll be fine. I don't think it's going to be anything too challenging as an idea. I'm interested to see where it goes. I want it to keep my interest a lot. Like I really want that, rather than just be like, oh, we have this, I guess another thing to watch. I'm hoping that it'll be like a little more than that. So, as Doodle says, very chill vibes. I agree, very chill vibes. So, right, Fairy Tale 100 Years Quest. I don't know anything about Fairy Tale, so not gonna watch it. Maybe this is a spin-off. I don't know. Giji Harem. Eiji Kitahama joins the drama club with dreams of having a harem like the ones from his favorite manga. Rin Nanakura, an underclassman, finds herself crushing hard on Eiji and tries on different personas in his presence to win him over. No matter how she acts, one thing is certain, her feelings for Eiji continue to grow stronger. Will she ever be able to tell him the truth and be herself? This is weird. I'm not going to say weird in a good way or weird in a bad way. It feels weird. Because Christ, does it feel, is this based on a manga? It's based on a manga. This feels like a Yonkoma. It is not Azumanga Daioh slice of life comedy. That is not what this is, but definitely feels like it's meant to be a Yonkoma. The one mistake I think they made that you really have to infer stuff in. I fell asleep during this, and Heather poked me. She's like, hey, you gonna sleep during this? I'm like, probably, all the time. The pacing I didn't like, and also some of the setup. I felt like there should have been a little more, just a little more illustration of what's going on between these two, because it starts off with she meets him. He immediately like makes some shit up about joining, like saying to her about he's like, oh, I'm the president of the drama club. Actually, no, I'm just the stagehand of the drama club. He's like, and she's like, well, I want to join. He's like, great, I'm the only member. And then they show up and the doors open and there's actually a ton of people there. And it's like, oh, so you basically started this whole interaction with her by lying to her 2 or 3 times in a row. And I was like, that's who I think you are. Like, if that's what the show's going to show me, if like the first 3 sentences out of your mouth are just straight up lies about things that are unimportant, then all it's telling me is that you're somebody who just likes to make stuff up for fun. And I don't know what that means. So it's hard for me to tell. It's like, because like he joins the drama club with dreams of having a harem like the one in his favorite manga. But when she shows up, he seems like he's already a member of the club, but now we're getting a bit of his backstory in here. So they don't join at the same time. He's already in the club. Like, this is complicating to me. And I'm like, I feel like there should have been more. He's clearly president of the improv club. Yeah. I feel like there should have been more to kind of set up this idea. You get pretty fast that she really likes him. It's not earned. And I kind of wanted that. Like, I kind of wanted more romances work for me when something is done on the one party's part that the second person is like, oh, I fell in love with this person because of this reason. And if it's just that, oh, he's cute and he's interesting because look at him trying to be more interesting to me by saying that he's the president. Actually, he's not. Oh, he's the only member of the club. Actually, he's not. Like, if they're trying to do that, but she thinks that's cute as opposed to kind of like a red flag, then I'm like, oh, then I would get it. And maybe that's what I'm supposed to infer from this. There's a lot in the first episode I feel that you end up having to infer. So I'd say watch the first episode and see if it's for you. I'm going to try to watch a second one, maybe a third one, and see if I kind of get into the rhythm of it. Because the rhythm, I felt tired about it. I think that's what made me, I was tired to begin with anyway, but I kind of didn't feel like it was like really grabbing my interest that much. I do think it's interesting that she's like, when she finds out that, oh, he likes the whole harem thing, that she's like, oh, well, I can pretend to be different personalities. I can be tsundere, I can be the cool beauty, I can be the little devil, who I think is the most fun when she does the little devil stuff. And she's a good actress, and that's why she wants to join. And they kind of demonstrate right away that everyone's blown away by her acting right off the bat. And it's like, sure, how do you do it? You do it the same way you do every other shoujo show, where you have a person walk across the panel, and then you have 4 or 5 people behind them saying how fucking amazing they are. Like, this is the thing I love about Nozaki-kun, by the way, Gekkan Shoujo Nozaki-kun, is they understand the tropes and they break that shit down for you so easy. Be like, oh, how do we show that this girl's so attractive? She looks like all the rest of them. Doesn't matter. Just have a bunch of people standing behind her that are saying, look at that amazing bag she's carrying. Oh, she's so stylish. Oh, she's so beautiful. All these things. It's like, right, that's how you do it. You lean into, you narrate it, you tell. You don't show, you just tell. And then people will get it quickly, and then they pick that up and you're like, yes, this is the most beautiful person whatever in the world, or most whatever. So I use this as an excuse to talk about Nozaki-kun, which you should be reading, and if you're not, you should be watching the anime. And it's a fucking crime that only has 13 episodes or 26 episodes or however many it has. It doesn't have the whole goddamn thing done, because that is a yonkoma that really knows how to do romantic comedy well. It is such a disappointment to me that they did not do any more of it, but they really should. It's a banger opening too. Anyway, oh god, Nozaki-kun is so good. We've watched it. I think Heather and I like watched it again, and I think probably we're gonna watch it again in another couple of years, just to be like, just watch it again and again because it's so good. So anyway, this I'm gonna watch a couple more of. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Gimai Seikatsu. When his father remarries, Yuta Asamoto winds up sharing a room with his new stepsister. Days with my stepsister. Days with my stepsister. Okay. Yuta Asamoto winds up sharing a roof with his new stepsister, Saki Ayase, the hottest girl in his grade. How do we know that? We actually don't yet. The first episode doesn't tell us anything about that. You can just tell from how she's dressed, stylish, shirt's like one part's on the shoulder, one part's not on the shoulder. You see strap of whatever's going on underneath that. You know, she midriff exposed all the time. You know, it's like, let's show how, you know, that kind of thing, hair and earrings, and it's pretty girl. And just like, I would just be willing to just take, moves in with his stepsister. She's a pretty girl. Let's leave it at that. Whatever. Carrying the scars of their parents' troubled divorces. We don't know that in the first episode yet, but we kind of see that's coming. They vow to maintain a respectful distance, but what starts as cautious camaraderie blossoms into something deeper from shared experiences. Is it admiration, familiar love, or something more? Okay. So, this is a shoujo show, feels like, but I don't think it is. I think it's seinen. I think this is a boys' show because we get way more of what he's thinking about stuff, way more of how he's kind of coming across. Why? She's the hottest girl in school. He is, what is he? He is main character. That is, he is boring ass dude. There's nothing, he doesn't play soccer well. He doesn't run really fast. He doesn't like, what are all the things that they like about, he's not a mood maker. Like, we're not told, yeah, he's self-insert, right? It's like, we don't know anything about this guy. What do we know about her? Hottest girl in his grade. Told us right off the bat. So it's like, oh, this is going to be a seinen show about what it's like to have a stepsister. So I know what's coming. Except that it feels like whoever's written this, it's a light novel, right? It feels like they want to draw this out so that they have room to make a conclusion one way or the other. And I don't think we're going to Marmalade Boy this kind of thing. I don't think it's going to be like, let's just create problems and problems and problems. I think it wants to see, like, as it starts with showing off like a cover of a light novel goes by. It's like, my little sister and I are deeply in love. You know, like they let that thing go by. In as like a poster or something on a bus or whatever, and it's like, okay, you already know that this is tropey as shit, and this wouldn't have gotten made and kind of like lampshade that so early in like the first minute or so if you weren't trying to do something to undermine it. So I think that'll be interesting. I'm hoping that that's what the idea is here. I am not a fan of the fact that it's like self-insert meets hottest girl. Don't like that. Maybe that's to drum up interest, maybe. I don't know. But I think if they take some time with it to see where this goes, because maybe what'll happen is that what if they end up relying upon each other an awful lot, if they end up falling in love with each other, or they end up thinking they've fallen in love with each other, but then realize that it's like, actually, that's not what's happened here. So maybe that's what this is going to go for. If I'm going to watch more of this and we'll see what happens. I think it's an interesting thing. And I'm hoping there's a rug pull. Like, I'm not like in the way that like ruins the story, but in a way that's been like, you don't get the standard story. You get a story that feels real. And I'm hoping that that's what this is a story that feels like this is something that is more real. We'll see where this goes. I'm giving it some rope because I'm kind of like, we've seen so many of these. And they say romance comedy, right? And I'm like, the first episode is not funny at all. Like, it feels like it's meant to be not dramatic, like it's going to be like, oh, it's going to whatever. And it's a psychological comedy. I'm like, I think I kind of get it. It's meant to feel a little bit lighter. I would maybe just take the comedy tag off entirely and just be like, what does this mean and where is this going? But you can't put drama here, because you put romantic drama and be like, oh, it's going to be heart-rending melodrama. It's like, I don't think it is. I'm interested to see what they do with it. And because I'm not going to read the light novel, because fuck that. Anyway, Grendizer U. So following a devastating attack by Vega's forces on planet Fleed, Duke Fleed and Grendizer escaped to Earth. When he got there, Dr. Amon, the head of the Space Research Center, adopted him and gave him the name Daisuke. Well, Duke Fleed? Okay. While they were working side by side in the center on a quest to find out what strange objects appeared in the city sky, While they were working side by side in the center on a quest to find out what strange objects appeared in the city sky, comma, they were surprised by an attack that jolted Daisuke's memory. Okay. Oh, Jolly G's telling me some maybe interesting stuff. I'll get to that in a second. I'm have this as a maybe watch because I'm like, I'd like to watch a few episodes of what new Grandizer looks like, because I like the idea of old robot shows more than I like to watch old robot shows. I want to see, I wanted to watch Mazinger Z. I still like saying Mazinger Z though. Infinity, I think, is the movie that came out. I want to watch that at some point. I like to watch the adaptations of stuff. I really want to watch like Shin Ultraman and Shin Godzilla and like Shin Kamen Rider, like those kind of the Anno picked up the things that Anno picks up, right? And it's like I want to watch how somebody who's like a longtime fan and an auteur comes at a commercial property that you would have a lot of love for, but obviously was also about making a lot of stuff to sell toys, to sell stuff, you know. Mazinger Zeta. So I want to watch this because I want to see how they come at it, because let's not forget Gatchaman Crowds was a blockbuster. And if you've never seen Gatchaman Crowds, I never watched Gatchaman like ever, right? I'd seen the little clips here and there and stuff. You watch like bad American dubbing, and they'd have the clips from that to see how bad it was and whatever. And it's like, yeah, Gatchaman Crowds is so good. And I'm like, it does not feel like it's Gatchaman like you would expect, the kind of like, let's form up and do what. It's like, no, it's so good. And clearly that came from somebody who's like, we can take the license, we can kind of use a little bit of stuff here, but we can make it feel like it's a brand new property. It's not just like fight monster of the week kind of thing. My hope for this is a similar kind of idea of like, let's drop the idea of you fight a monster of the week. Because I think Devilman probably had that same thing as well, the new Devilman. I didn't watch it. I wasn't really interested in that. I've heard Ian said it had fucking whips. As people are saying, you know, I see whips come up in there. I'm going to start saying that here too. And I'm like, I think we have a similar kind of thing coming at us, right? Like Grandizer, I think, feels like this is maybe this is another show that's going to do the same thing. I don't know. So let's talk about the thing I just saw from Jolly G. Grandizer's current subtitle situation is machine translation based on Japanese subs and machine translation based on Arabic dub titles, because it's the only streaming on an Arabic streaming service outside of Japan. So if anyone, you know, machine translation, if you want to watch a show, it's like, this is the only way to do it. And okay, whatever, I guess. And I mean, yeah, I don't love that. I like when people put in the time for the craft. I know it's really hard work. It's really hard work. This frustrates me about the Ancient Magus Bride. That Magus, should we be saying Magus? Ancient Magus Bride? That apparently whoever was scanlating it, fanlating it, whatever. They said, hey, so chapter 96 is the last one we're doing. Sorry. And decided that they were decided that it's like, we're not going to do any more of this because a subtitler's picked it up, or a proper translation, like a proper manga online by the manga thing has picked it up. And what they did is that they're just doing AI translation, and they're doing that for a lot of things. And I was like, oh, that sucks, because I was going to keep reading the manga, and I guess I'm not going to bother reading it if I know that it's doing all AI translation, because I don't like that, and I want to keep that out of whatever. When scanlators do it, I'm like, I'll let you have this as a scanlator if it means I get to read my manga, but I'm not going to pay a company to fucking waste my time. I would rather just, you know, I'd rather just do things myself. We're coming up on 3 hours, and we're going to just blow through this. So I guess that's what's going to happen. Interested to see if I get a chance to watch an episode of this. I'll be interested to see what happens, how it comes together. I'll have to go because I'm not always big on mecha shows, right? But it's an adaptation of something from a long time ago. Let's see what happens when they pick it up, because sometimes the reimagination of an old thing, because it's been percolating in somebody's heads for 30 years, that you start to think that it's like, oh, now there's more here to happen, right? The evolution of a series is one thing. Watching modern day Super Sentai uh, is like, it's not the same as it was as what the original series are like. Hearing Heather describe what like Kamen Rider, because they watch Ghost, right? Ghost Watch was the thing. When Corey and Heather and Kate all watched Kamen Rider and then actually talked about the series, and she was telling me about all the stuff that's going on, I'm like, and 7-year-olds watch this and they get it, and it's like, yeah, because 7-year-olds are smarter than you think, and like it's a fucking lot, and I'm just like, seeing what they have done with Super Sentai and with hero shows really feels like the writers are like, we want to do more, because I remember watching this as a kid and I wanted, what if I got really like into this kind of thing, still, like not just like, I have to fight the bad guy because the bad guy came from space and he's an alien. It's like, no, what if it's more, what if it's more complicated? What if there's like, it's like, it, you have to find, like, you feel like, I want to express more about it, I want to write my own fan fiction and make it real. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. So it's what I feel like about this, is I'm like, maybe that's what's going on here. Maybe there's like, we want to do more with this and centered around this giant robot. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Also, isn't that Mazinger right? That's Great Mazinger right there, isn't it? Like that's Grandizer. Isn't that Great Mazinger? Did I miss that? I don't care. Whatever. Let's move on. Oh God. Okay. For the just to say, because Pleonastic says I can talk endlessly about Kamen Rider and Super Sentai, I have so many feelings. It's like, I don't watch those. Like, I watched a little bit of the tiny bit of Deca Ranger that Heather showed me, and then we watched the 30th anniversary one, the one for Tokyuja, Gokaiga, I think is the one that we watched a lot of, because it was like, yeah, everyone's going to come back. We're all going to do all sorts of cool things. Watched that and I was like, this is really cool, but did not 35th anniversary, Gokaiger was 35th, okay, right, watched that and was like, but I do not care if I watch more of this at this point, so I just kind of did not. So sorry. Is the name of the channel on our Discord on discord.gg/LRR? Please sign up. It is free if you want to go hang out and stuff. Is it really called Tonkatsu, or is it called Tokusatsu? Like, which one is it? I just need to know. Did someone call it Tonkatsu and are like, this is where the Tokusatsu talk is happening? Okay. Right. Moving on. Gonna maybe watch this, whatever. Hazure waku no joutai ijo skiru de saikyo ni natta ore ga subete o jurin suru made. Toka always faded into the background of school, and when he's summoned to another world with his classmates, that still doesn't change. They all acquire top-rank skills, except Toka, who's deemed a failure and cast into ancient ruins by the goddess Vicious. Turns out his low-rank skills may not be so useless after all. That he seeks revenge against the goddess, his true nature is revealed. That he's an asshole? Is that what the thing is? His true nature is that he's an asshole. I don't know. It's like that one. I read this and I was like, oh, is this the same kind of feeling I'm getting from that one isekai series where everybody got summoned, and it turns out that the guy who was a dick in the class, that nobody liked, ended up super OP, and he could hypnotize the women into falling in love with him. So he was building a harem of all of his classmates and shit like that. And it was like, that's kind of not okay, but yeah, I don't know if that's the thing at all, but anyway, the description lost me. I don't know if that's what this is going to be. But I'm going to move on. Based on a light novel. How about that? Okay. Isekai Shikaku. Pulled into another worldly adventure with cute sidekicks and superpowers. You think Osamu hit the jackpot? Nope. From the time before Pixels, the early 20th century gloomy author. Wait. Oh my god! The early 20th century gloomy author just wants to find a quiet place to meet his maker, not to rack up XP. Sadly, his poetic demise is constantly thwarted by inconvenient heroics. Dive into the hilariously tragic life of the most reluctant. Shit, I wasn't gonna watch this. Oh, it's Osamu Dazai. Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh, this is so stupid. I'll put it on the maybe list. I gotta see at least a. Oh, I just gotta. Oh no. Didn't he commit suicide? Did he commit suicide? Yeah. Oh God. What a weird legacy. I Osamu Dazai didn't publish a lot, and but it was all very depressing, and like a lot of Japanese authors that end up getting revered after a while, Miyazawa Kenji, and I don't know if Mishima counts for this or not. But it's like, oh, they went through a terrible time and lots of struggle and all this, and they had a rough life, and but then people discover their works years later, and they're like, there's a lot of meaning to be gleaned from this, and it's like, sometimes it's like I don't know if everything we read in school in growing up in Canada, at least I grew up in Alberta, and so a lot of the Alberta school system has a certain series of here's what's acceptable at different grade levels and stuff. And it's like, I don't know how much of any of that stuff that we pick up to read at those times, whether those are supposed to be representative as great literature for kids of that age, or whether it's like, this is what we think is suitable and it is important for them to read for these reasons. I don't know. I also don't know if that is the same way in Japan or not. If nationally, if there's like the education is like you read these things, but it kind of reminds me of like when I was in grade 10, grade 9. Ooh, doesn't matter. But when I was in high school, the the idea was that we had to do Shakespeare as part of our English classes, and every year 9, 10, 11, and 12 you're doing a different play. And in my one class, my teacher was like, it must have been grade 9, my teacher was like, hey, so we're going to do, or rather everybody else in school has been doing this for years. Every grade 9 class, English class, always does Romeo and Juliet. That's what you do. That's what we do. We read Romeo and Juliet, then we watch the Baz Luhrmann movie because it's out now and you can watch this. And he said, I'm sick of Romeo and Juliet. I do not like covering it. I do not think it's interesting. We are doing Much Ado About Nothing. And I was like, okay, whatever. I don't understand why. And then we did Much Ado About Nothing. And then we watched the Kenneth Branagh, Emma Thompson, Keanu Reeves, Denzel Washington, Michael Keaton. Holy shit. We watched that. That's a good movie. Just watch that. That's so good. Much Ado About Nothing is great. And it's fun. And doing like as your first introduction to Shakespeare, really for young people, is give them a comedy, right? Because like it was just so great. I know that nowadays we have the newer one that has Nathan Fillion and stuff, and I do want to watch that because I Much Ado About Nothing is probably my favorite Shakespeare play as a result. And I've seen I watched like Prospero's books because I was trying to understand the Tempest, but that we were doing the Tempest in university, and like Macbeth was interesting as well, and everybody does Hamlet, so you do Hamlet because you have to know why these things are important. But then I had like friends who were in the other class that we did Romeo and Juliet. I'm like, yeah, we did Much Ado About Nothing. And they're like, what's Much Ado About Nothing? I'm like, well, let me tell you. And you break it down and like, oh, okay, cool, we did Romeo and Juliet. And I'm like, yeah, I know what that's about. Like, I don't give a shit that you know that. And I think it's much more fun when you pick something that wasn't really widely known. Like Much Ado About Nothing does not make it into the zeitgeist really for a lot of people when it comes to Shakespeare. So I was really happy about that. So anyway, as far as as far as like adapting reading stuff that is based on authors and everything, I think this will be interesting because we're supposed to know who this person is. I don't think I'm going to watch the whole series. I think I'm going to watch an episode or two just to see what happens. I'm not going to watch the whole series. I could probably say that right now. And when I come back in 3 months and tell you that, oh shit, I fell for it and watched the whole thing, that'll be a fun conversation too. Call me on that. Let's see what happens if I even get a chance to watch this. All right. Isekai Suicide Squad. I'm not. I watched the opening and ending for it and was like, oh yeah, I guess we had to do a thing here. But I don't care about Suicide Squad at all. You know what I like? Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy getting to kiss each other. That's what I like. I'm glad that they get to kiss each other. I didn't watch we have more of the DC Harley Quinn show I should be watching. I got all the way up to the point where they kiss each other. I was like, yes, awesome, great. And then I didn't watch the rest of the seasons. I got to watch more of it. Yeah. Calliope Mori is doing the opening for this. She's rapping because that's what she does, and people think it's funny that she raps. I'm like, well, whatever, good for her. Is it the opening or the ending? She's doing one of the two. In the crime-ridden city of Gotham, Amanda Waller, I believe that's her, the head of Argus, has assembled a group of notorious criminals for mission. Harley Quinn, Deadshot, Peacemaker, Clayface, and King Shark. These supervillains are sent into an otherworldly realm that's connected to this world through a gate. It's a world of swords and magic where orcs rampage and dragons rule the sky. An isekai, with lethal explosives planted in their necks. There's no running or hiding, and failing the mission means a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Can Harley Quinn and her crew conquer this perilous isekai realm? Brace yourself for the pulse-pelting saga of the elite task force known as the Suicide Squad as they embark on a jaw-dropping adventure. I'm sure people are going to watch this, and they're going to have a good time. Cool. It's great. But I largely don't care about the Suicide Squad as an idea or as whatever, and that's, it's fine. It's good. I hope people have a good time watching it, though. Isekai Yururi Kikko Kosadate Shinagara Bokensha Shimasu. I am not sure on this yet. Kayano Takumi is accidentally killed by a god and reincarnated. Sure, whatever. Granted a variety of skills, he is sent to a dangerous monster-infested forest in another world. In the woods, Takumi encounters a young boy and girl who look like twins. That's these two here. And he decides to take care of them and names them Alan and Elena. The reverse of each other, I guess. I don't know. Surprised by how easily they defeat monsters with their combat abilities, Takumi arrives in town and registers with the Adventurers Guild in order to provide for them. Thus begins his laid-back adventuring life as he watches over Alan and Elena's growth. I'm assuming they're the ones who get to beat the shit out of things and he gets to heal them. I don't know. I know there's an hour. There's an hour. There's episodes already out. I'm going to watch those few episodes and see if it's interesting or not. Again, hey, have kids, Japan. I guess that's the idea. I don't know. Have kids and then get hit by a truck and go to another world, I guess. I don't know. They're fraternal twins, but they look identical. Anyway, Kami no To, Tower of God, second season. Didn't watch the first. I know people really like Tower of God. Manhwa's not my thing, and something, and I think Serge has talked to me about this. He's read Tower of God, and he thinks it's really cool, and I don't want to put words in his mouth. I know he enjoyed reading it at the time that we talked about it. I don't know anything about how he feels about it, so I'm not going to get into that, but, an anime exists. I'm not really... I tried reading some manhwa for a while and just kind of fell off of it. And I was like, I don't think I like these kind of things. So anyway, Kimi to Boku. Kimi to Boku no Saigo no Senjo, Aruiwa Sekai ga Hajimaru Seisen Season 2. It's a sequel to Kimi to Boku no Saigo no Senjo, Aruiwa Sekai ga Hajimaru Seisen. Didn't watch the first one. Kinnikuman, Kanpeki Chojin Shisho Hen. Not gonna watch this, don't care why. Cool, I guess. If you like Kinnikuman, there you go. Wrestling, battle, Justice Devil, perfect Chojin infections, reverse Chojin, whatever. I don't really care. It'll be on Netflix though, I guess. Maybe it'll come over to North America. So cool. I hope people enjoy it. Koi wa futago de owari kirenai. Jun Shirasaki's love life takes a wild turn when he finds himself caught between the Jinguji twins, his childhood friends who are different as night and day. Rumi, the older sister, pairs a boyish charm with a maiden's heart, which I'm like, oh yeah, Okay, that's yep. Well, Naori combines girlish looks with her deep love of otaku culture. Okay, so now we know everything it is to know about these two people. They have a way that they look and a way that they are. As feelings grow and confusion mounts, June must navigate this unexpected love triangle next door. I think they tell you in the fucking trailer that this girl is in love with him and that he confesses to this girl and they start dating and she's upset. I think, I don't know. I fucking don't care. Like, maybe it'll be interesting or good. I just, I get, I didn't like the idea of a main character has to choose between these twins. Now it seems to set it up that it's like he already has. So I don't know how it's gonna play out, but I kind of just it feels like it feels like trouble that I don't want to even be part of. I don't know how to come at this. It's like it feels like a kind of trouble that I don't even want to even see happening. So it's like, yeah, we'll see. If you end up watching it when we cover this later, let me know if it ends up being compelling or not. So I have a, I sorry, I have a, um, I have a hair in my nose that is like tickling the other hairs in my nose, and it's really driving me crazy. Let's take a break. We're at 3 hours right now. We'll come back and we'll finish this up because, as you can see from the little slider in the corner, we're not even all the way down. I'll be back in about 3 minutes, and we will. It'll be the last hour of what we're doing. See you soon. Welcome back. The microphone works. I can put the headphones down. It's more Beej's Anime Roundup on this bonus stream here on the Loading Ready Run. Extant Entertainment Network. I hope everyone enjoyed their little break. Let us roll on to the next of the things. Yeah, not gonna watch this. Seemed like it was trouble that I didn't want to expose myself to. She's cute, though. That's, like he should date her. Let's just say that. He should just date her. Anyway, moving on. Kono Sekai wa Fukanzen Sugiru, or Quality Assurance in Another World. And I have to say that the trailer does not give away what happens in the first episode of this, which I was very happy about. I like this. Heather watched it with me. I think we are probably going to watch some more of it. I am interested to see where we're going with it. Despite its location in a remote region south of the continent of Felnark, the island of Claiborne is made up of 5 small countries crowded together in constant conflict. It doesn't matter. In the most remote reaches of the smallest and most peaceful country on the island, the kingdom of Bale, is a small village where a girl named Nicola lives a humble life. Let's try this again. There is a small village where a girl named Nicola lives a humble life. One day, while she's out gathering firewood as she does every day, a massive dragon, that's this thing, a creature supposed to only live deep in the mountains, appears in front of her, just about to attack a village man named Haga, that's this thing, rushes to the scene. Haga is a member of the King's Seekers, a top secret investigation team. Nicola has never once felt bored with her peaceful life, even when every single day is practically the same. But after meeting Haga, she's so intrigued by Haga, it travels that she decides to step out into the world herself and learns the true nature of her world. It's a violent place. You should watch this. Watch the first episode of this. Decide whether you're interested in it at that point. I think it's interesting. I really think it's interesting. Looking forward to see where it goes from there. Because, yeah, the first episode will give you everything I think you need to know about whether you're going to play it or not. So, all right. Madou Gushi Dahlia wa Utsumukinai. It's a light novel, not surprising. After workaholic life in Japan, Dahlia is reborn as a... Okay, you know what? Doesn't fucking matter. Dahlia is a magical maven in a new world, but her afterlife takes an unexpected turn. Engaged, betrayed, and orphaned all before the honeymoon. The first episode's going to give you none of this. I already watched the first episode, and I was like, where is this? Talk about a plot twist. Watch as Dahlia turns heartbreak into wand-making brilliance and declares her independence in this story. The romantic is self-discovery, and Dahlia's the sorceress of her own destiny. I'm watching this. We watched the first episode, and I'm like, because we're not really there yet, but it seems like it's coming. then. That's good. So 3-episode test, I think, is what I'm in for. We'll see how this goes. There's a manga of this too. Mini Mac Guru says there's they love the Dahlia light novel and manga, light novels and manga. So yeah, series is a great story and good characters. The only thing is the animation is not the best. Doodles look great. Yeah, and I haven't noticed anything there where I was like really disappointed by it. It is everything you expect that's going to happen in the first episode does happen in the first episode. So yeah, but yeah, I'm keen to see where this goes. We'll give it some time to see where it happens. I really don't think it was necessary to be like, hey, she reborn. But the idea of her being reborn is because all that knowledge is going to come in handy. So the things that you remember from the first world. But I hate that shit with it's the thing that bugs me about isekai stuff where I'm just kind of like, I hate that somebody can't just be like, I had a great idea for X, as opposed to, the only way I could have thought of making this thing is that I would have had to have been inspired by previous whatever. So A Sentence of a Bookworm, which has 4 parts in the manga, because I guess there's so much light novel, and all the manga parts are being scanlated simultaneously. So I'm reading it like 4 different parts. I guess really more like 3 because part 1's done. But they all have like the things that they do, where it's like she's of this age and she's doing this, she's of this age, she's doing this, right? And it's like all of the stuff though that got set up for like things that she needs to know and stuff that she's going to be able to do based on is more like part 1 and part 2 stuff. And part 4, her life has changed a lot in a Sense of a Bookworm. Okay, that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about this, we're talking about Sense of a Bookworm. And in Bookworm, everything about being like having an idea about how to make shampoo out of avocados doesn't matter anymore. Now it's more about you're a 20-year-old in like a 10-year-old's body, so you have a lot more knowledge about how to conduct yourself as an adult in a world that has a bunch of teenagers in it now. So how are you going to come at that? And I think that's kind of the interesting thing too about where that's going. So when I read this thing about, in this story, the real magic is self-discovery and Dahlia is the source of his own destiny. And I was like, I like this. I think this is great if that's really what is going to be at the core of the story. Because that also reminds me of Snow White with the red hair. And oh man, do I like Snow White with the red hair. The only downside I find with Snow White with the red hair is that it's like, I want the romance to kind of get a little more romantic in that story. I wish it had more of that, like kind of built in here and there. But I do like also the directions that the story went in, where it's like, we're going to get these two to not be near each other physically. But at least they didn't, we're like, now we have to introduce like new romantic whatevers. It's like, they didn't do any of that shit. I'm like, it's just a story about what Shirayuki's doing. So I'm hoping that what we get out of this is good. And then of course, if it is, then I'll probably pick up the manga probably and see what that is like as well. So we'll see what this turns into. Make heroine ga o sugiru. Make heroine ga o sugiru. Kazuhiko Nukumizu is a high school boy content to blend in with the background mob, until he witnessed his more popular classmate Ana Yanami get dumped by her childhood friend. He felt like he had to try to comfort Yanami, but this led him to become entangled with other girls who've met defeat and love. I think this is an interesting idea for a concept, that it's like disappointed heroines. I can't remember what they're translating this into English as. So many losing heroines, as Gekyoru says, something along that line. A lot of tears, a lot of whatever. I don't think it's supposed to be, it's a harem and I have to pick whomever. I'm not sure. I want to watch a few episodes to see what happens, like what becomes of this. Because I don't want it to be a thing like all 3 girls that we're seeing here fall in love with him and then he has to make a choice. More that it's like, it would be interesting if he fell in love with like each one of these girls in a different way, but they don't see him as a thing, or if this was more of a friendship-based thing or something along that line. But no, because the satisfying idea is that he ends up falling in love with one of them, right? Or that one of them falls in love with him, even if the other 2 don't, or something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. If I get a chance to watch it, that is. It's coming out in 5 days, so we'll see what happens. Mao Gun Saikyo no Majutsushi wa Ningen Datta. Ike is a powerful magician and the leader of the Immortal Brigade, part of the 7th Corps of the Demon Lord's army. He single-handedly conquers fortresses and pushes back the armies of humanity. Neither Dairokuten, the Demon Lord, nor Ike's loyal soldiers know his darkest secret. He is a human in hiding, but can he keep his secret safe and bring peaceful coexistence of demons and humans? I'm going to say he does not keep his secret safe at all, and he falls in love with the Demon Lord, and they live happily ever after. I'm not going to watch that. Moving on. Mayonaka Punch. Okay. This has a yellow question mark for one reason, and that reason is PA Works, who have been really good at making shows about grown-up girls, employable women having employable jobs. That's why I'm thinking I'm going to watch this. I don't know. Masaki, the now former member of the popular YouTuber group Harikiri Sisters. After a career setback, Aka getting fired unexpectedly via a live stream, she joins forces with Live, a partner who with superhuman abilities. Together, they aim to create sensational content and reach 1 million subscribers. Will they reach their content dreams or be hit with the block button? Can you block on YouTube? I guess, maybe, whatever. I don't know. I want to see what they mean by superhuman abilities, and then I want to see whether or not that's appealing or not. We'll see what happens. It's coming out tonight, so I don't know. Again, has this because I'm like, I gotta know. I gotta see what happens. Mayonaka Punch. Megami no Cafe Terrace, second see that bra is doing fucking yeoman's work. Oh my god. I just noticed that. I'm like, wow, shit. That's keeping everything in place. Megami no Cafe Terrace, second season. Didn't watch the first. Familia Cafe Terrace opens once again with rival restaurants opening next door. Okay. Mobu kara hajimaru tansaku eiyutan. Kaito Takagi is a low-status high schooler. Background mob character, you might say. He is just a low-level explorer who hunts slimes every day in the dungeons that appeared all around Japan. I do like this thing of, oh shit, wait, make it isekai, but make it home. That's kind of fun in a way. Earning pocket money while admiring his childhood friend, the class queen, from afar. She'll get a name, maybe eventually. Who fucking cares? One day, the golden slime he had never seen appears before him. After he defeats it, it drops extremely rare item worth hundreds of millions. A card that can summon mythical beings. After he decides to activate the summon, a warrior maiden with unparalleled beauty appears. Wait, what? I thought she was the class queen. Whatever. Rise above the mob, Kaito. A modern battle fantasy story has begun. Cool. It's got a mascot even. Holy shit. Really didn't really care. I liked the idea of, oh wait, what if we did it at home? But I mean, I don't want to watch a guy who's hunting slimes. I want to watch a guy who adopts slimes and then makes them do stuff and figures that they have all sorts of cool ways they interact with the world. And then he like makes he makes like a laundry a business, and then he also like can like clean out like the fucking lavatories and stuff. And I really like that show. So I wish it had a better title than it did. God's Grace of whatever the hell. I don't give, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. It's a real good show. It's very cute though. I like that. I want that kind of show of like, I tamed some slimes and oh shit, do you know they can do different things? It's like, yeah, everyone forgot. So anyway, I'm not that interested in that. That's okay. We'll move on. Nanare Hananare. Misora Kanata is a first-year student on the Takanosaki High School cheerleading team. She won a national championship in middle school, but can't jump after mistaking a competition. Like she's been forbidden from doing it. She's had her jump ability disabled. She befriends Suzuha, Shion, Ana, Nodoka, and Megami to form the Poms. Their new team goes beyond cheerleading to reach the hearts of the people they cheer on. They might just change the world. No. Sports. Now, okay, PA Works, I give you a lot of latitude. I give you a lot of latitude and a lot of shit. Sports, I can't do that. Sports, I can't. Sports, I can't. And the thing is, I was fine with that up to that point, and then this, I'm just like, I don't fucking care. They don't, is there was a national championship. That means there's going to be another national championship. They're going to go to regionals, and then they're going to go to nationals, and they're going to go and they're going to compete, because it's all about fucking competition with these things. It's never about that we did this for our school and we encouraged our team and people love it. And this is what it's like doing this at a school. And the team went to Koshi and they lost in the first round. And who cares? Because it's not about the team. There doesn't have to be a tournament arc. Thank you, 10th Tech Priest, for pointing that out. It just has to be that you do a thing and you love it. I don't know why, why does it have to be, I did the thing and then I was the best in the world? It's like, who cares? Just do the thing and love it. So, bug up my ass like it always is. Everyone knows that I'm like this, right? If this is your first time attending a Roundup, I'm like this all the time with this. Whether it's music or sports or anything else like that, I'm like this all the time. Like, that's why Given was so good. Right? And I like Yuri stuff. I don't like yaoi stuff. Blocking my brain. That's how I am. But I watch Given because I'm like, oh, guys are making a band. I'm like, oh, guys are falling in love. But they're making a band. And I can get that. And I can get that they worked hard at it and they're doing it and they're learning and they're becoming what, and it's like, and it's a drama and it's fine. Again, whispering you a love song, right? I don't give a shit that they're having a showdown, and I want the band to get better and to work on stuff and the interpersonal relationship and just feeling like they're doing good, not like, we're going to go pro. Well, yeah, well, you could have gone pro except you can't go pro with us because we didn't want to go pro. Well, I'm going to go pro with these other people, which means you suck. And it's like, we never wanted to go pro in the first place. We just want to play songs and have fun and be a good band, which is kind of what K-On! Feels like to me as well. We come back to that again, where it's like, they just wanted to be a band and get good and play. And then there's like the movie, which I haven't watched, and K-On! In London, that I need to watch that to find out. But it's like, they were never going to take over the industry. But you get a sense that they might have. They might have got picked up from somewhere and then that happened. And I need to watch the K-On! Movie. But it's like, I want those things of, I can enjoy an activity and get good at it. Like Bocce the Rock, it's not about let's make our band the best in the world. It's about let's be as good as we can. Let's be great. Let's try to see if we can get fans and people will love us and whatever, while trying to help Bocce overcome this terrible, terrible social anxiety and introducing new people who have the same kind of thing. Bocce the Rock is so good. It's so good, people. Naze boku no sekai o dare mo oboete nai no ka? Yeah, didn't get that read good at all. Why does no one remember the true world? And the era when the great race of the five tribes competing for hegemony on the ground ended with the victory of mankind, led by hero Sid. However, that world was suddenly overwritten in front of a boy, Kai. In the rewritten world, Kai saw the scene where humans lost the five tribal wars because of the absence of hero Sid. Here, dragons and demons dominate the ground, and Kai has a forgotten existence from all human beings. However, encountering the mysterious Gorine, Kai decides to break this rewritten destiny world with a hero. He inherits hero sword, martial arts, challenges. He says, nope, sorry, hope you have fun. Not interested myself. Okay, Nier Automata, not going to bother watching it. Heather and I watched most of, I think, the first season, and we were kind of just largely like, it didn't grab us. And I know people love the game, and I know people probably then love the anime, and I'd hoped that by watching the anime that I would learn to understand the crux of the story and to get what's going on, but I don't know if I do, and I don't know if I care. Of course, that's fine. So, not everybody out there wants to play the games that I like, so that's fine. And, yeah, so Nier second season, more of this is happening. Please enjoy it. Nige Jozu no Wakagimi, set in feudal Japan and between the Kamakura and Muromachi periods. Interesting. Our hero Hojo Tokiyuki is a boy on the run that history all but forgot. When the Kamakura shogunate is overthrown by Ashikaga Takauji, Tokiyuki's family and standing are viciously taking Tokiyuki's family and standing are viciously taken away from him, and he must flee to the far reaches of the land to survive and seek out his revenge. Now, I kind of I watched the trailer for this. I'm like, oh, this actually seems pretty cool. Reading the synopsis, I'm like, oh, I don't care about this at all. and it's probably like it's if it's based on true story. Is Tokiyuki like is Hojo Tokiyuki somebody who figures into later parts of the story? Because I believe we go from the Kamakura to Muromachi to the Tokugawa period, which would mean that the Sengoku, like the Warring States, is coming up. Um, I think it's coming up because, like, yeah, there's a lot of like, I know that they're like, well, we have shogunates here, and it's like, yeah, but like, the Tokugawa shogunate was the 400 years of enforced peace, and that was the end of Nobunaga's start of his war that passed from Nobunaga to Hideyoshi to Tokugawa. Like three people, right? So in not even three full lifetimes, but it's three people. And when Tokugawa Ieyasu kind of inherited the war that was going on at that point, and he was the one who's like, and we're done. We have unified Japan, and the Tokugawa shogunate started at that point, and 400 years of enforced peace, and multiple Tokugawa shoguns over and over and over as that kind of spreads down. So Kamakura and Muromachi come before that, I believe, is where they have to come before that, because after Tokugawa was the Meiji Restoration, which is in 1868, a year after Canada got founded as a country. Think about that. Think about how weird that is when I realized in my class that I was like, wait, shit, 1867 is the founding of my country. 1868 is just more shit in the period of an extremely long life, like long history of a country that was like figuring itself out. Not even, it wasn't even a whole country at that time. It was like bits of a country, bits of countries that were all getting pulled together to become a full country. And like, holy crap, to be like, yeah, they got history. And I'm like, yeah, my country's so young, we don't have history. We just have hist. Like, it's just, we got nothing going on here. Like, that's very interesting to me. Moving on. I'm not going to watch this, I don't think. What a great tangent. I'm not going to watch this, I don't think. The trailer looked interesting. The breakdown doesn't. I don't know if it's a thing I want to watch or not. If you end up watching this, again, we'll talk about this after. Cloverworks has been doing pretty good stuff too. So, interesting to see what comes of that. Ore wa subete wo peri suru gyaku kanchigai no sekai saikyo wa boukensha ni naritai. The kingdom of Clays, that's a big sword he's holding, faces a dire crisis. An assassination attempt has just been made at its own princess, Lindbergh, and its neighboring countries. The aftermath of starving vultures plotting the kingdom's downfall. The ensuing conflict will shape the face of the continent for centuries to come, but Noor doesn't have a clue about any of that. Having freshly arrived at the royal capital after over a decade of rigorous isolated training, his mountain home, he's dead set on achieving his childhood dream of becoming an adventurer. Even if the only skills he possesses are useless ones, sure, he can parry thousands of swords in a span of a single breath, but everyone knows, how would you have 1,000 swords coming at you? Like, they'd have to be really long, thin swords, and everyone would have to be standing in a circle, and then they'd all have to like thrust at the same, like on the beat, like, 3, 2, 1, go, like maybe above, like we're talking like unlimited sword works, kind of like a sphere of swords, maybe, I don't know. Everyone knows you need more than that. Do we want to be an adventurer? Our hero's road to making his dream come true will be long and arduous, but if there's one thing Noor's not afraid of, it's some good old-fashioned hard work. Okay. I don't, and I'm not, and I don't know, it sounds positive and fun, like in a way, action, adventure, fantasy, right? No comedy, jag, no psychological, supernatural, whatever. The skill thing bothers me a little bit, but that's just, I guess, what we do. And I think maybe that's why I drop things sometimes too, is like, oh, a skill thing. So yeah, Earthen One, there is a plot, but who cares? Perry God is here. Perry? Anyway, we'll move on. My pick for the season, unless I see something else, but my pick for the season is Ramen Akaneko. I started reading this from the beginning as well. You can read this if you want to on the which is this again? It's the Shueisha app has it. Manga Plus by Shueisha. You can read it for free, except you can't read anything past a certain thing because everyone discovered that, oh my god, it's actually really, really good, so you need standard or deluxe in order to get in there and read it, or manga plus max or whatever. Yeah, whatever it is. Subscribe to Manga Plus Max for unlimited reading. Sure, whatever. You can now also like watch an ad to support the manga creator on this app, which I thought was really interesting. I'm not pimping the app because I'm like, oh, you have to get this, but I'm like, this is super cool. Like as a story, I really like this. So all of these cats, just yes, she's a cat. Why not? Welcome to Ramen Akaneko, a restaurant run solely by cats. Run solely by cats. That is until a human named Tamako Yashido interviews for a job. Oddly enough, her candor about being a dog person lands her the job. This is a beautiful story of human and feline relationships woven through the many customers who visit Ramen Akaneko. They are not wrong, but it kind of makes it weird to say it's a beautiful story, but it's interesting and fun, and it is fun and heartwarming. So yeah, this is wholesome as shit. Get ready for an extra helping of heartfelt moments that warm the body and soul. Okay, so not like some of those. I visited a. What was the name of that one again? Midnight, a Midnight Diner on Netflix, which has a real Japanese name and something Shoshitsu. I can't remember what it is, but anyway, this is more like this is fun and a little fluffy because there's cats, but it's fun and positive and upbeat. And I think you'll like it if you like that kind of thing. That is a real tiger. That's Krishna. She is best girl. Don't you fucking argue with me on this. She is best girl. She's also she's voiced by, oh, what's her name? Shit. She's voiced by somebody who was also a voice in a more recent anime series as well. Hayami Saori, who also voices, help me out, what was she on last season? And she's really good. She's Yoru, thank you. She's Yoru Forger from Spy Family, and she's just doing that voice. And Fallon, she's Fallon from Dungeon Meshi, so she's getting lots of work. And she's just best. Like, I didn't know who they're going to pick for her, and I heard the voice, and I was like, that doesn't sound like Krishna in my head. And then you listen to her a little more, and you're like, that's totally Krishna, actually. Holy shit. It's so good. It's so great. And the boys are great. This is Bonzu? Sayaki and Sabu. Hana-chan is there. We're going to meet some more people as things go on as well. They've already put Tamako in this outfit. You're not going to see her in that outfit for a little bit. But it's so great. Like, watch the first episode, and I think you'll get a feeling right away for like, this is what this is supposed to be about. Tamako is kind of like is the step through the door. Bunzo, thank you. Doodle's the great. That's our orange tabby cat there. That's Bunzo. He owns the store. You'll learn who everybody is, but she's our foot in the door to learn about how things work. So, and you'll learn about who everybody else is at the store, which is great, and all the things that they do as well. They all have lots of personalities and stuff that they like to do. And then you'll learn a little bit about her as well, and you'll meet all the other humans that like come to the store. I think it's great, and she has some development as well. Not a ton, but she has some, and it's kind of great. I highly recommend it. I wish it just dropped all now because I would just binge the whole thing, and which would be problematic. But I really just reading it all. It's so good, and I watched the anime, and it's been really good. And I hope that I get another cour. Anyway, moving on. Sengoku Yoko Senma Kontonhen. Second and third cour of that, which I don't. So move on. Senpai wa Otoko no Ko. For Makoto Hanaoka, life's about to get more complicated. Saki Ayoi, a lively girl, loads of confidence, confesses her love for Makoto one day. When he fails to reciprocate, Saki declares she will be his first love. She shares her goal with a mutual friend, Ryuji Taiga, who also confesses his crush on Makoto. Stuck in a love triangle, Makoto must find a way to make it work and have fun. Now, can anyone here tell me Otoko no Ko? What does that mean? It is a word that we've seen before. Yes, it is a guy who dresses as a girl. Otoko, man, no ko, meant to be. And there's also onna no ko is like another word that you'll hear in some places as well. There is there's a long-standing tradition in kabuki where there are roles that are played by the men there are roles that are played by men who specifically are picking to play the women's role, right? Um, and so I was like, is this going to be kind of this idea? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how complicated this series is going to get. And so I felt that it would be in my best interest to not engage with it. Because I was like, I don't think that's. This is like. Remember when I said about the one about the twins? Where it's like, this is trouble that I don't want to be a part of? This is some trouble I don't want to be a part of. Maybe this is a really good show. Maybe it handles things sensitively. Maybe it makes sense as to what's going on there. I don't know. I'm not interested in it, so I'm not going to watch it. So I hope that if you do watch it, again, the same thing. There might be a little discourse that we'll end up talking about. People will be like, "No, this was good," or whatever. And I'll try to make room for that in 3 months. I don't promise anything, me remembering that I just said that. But I think that this is one of these things where it's like, there will be sticking points for a lot of people on if they've watched it and been like, I have some problems with how they handle X or how they handle Y. And then that's also about what different production studios and different directors and different writers and all that. This is based on a manga, and maybe that whatever's been going on in that manga, there's already been discourse about. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway. All right. Shika noko 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 kosh tan tan. Shika. You've probably seen the memes by now, and if you haven't, you're going to see the memes very very soon. Uh, haven't watched it yet. I will. Absolutely going to watch this. It's two studios involved. Are they splitting the work, or are they just kind of like, shit, you do some, no, you do some? Girl meets elk girl and chaos ensues. Really? We're gonna go with elk instead of deer? I guess whatever. Like, deer are not elk. Fuck. No one knows Torako used to be a delinquent. That's her there. See how she's not the main character? All of her classmates only know her as the perfect student, but everything changes when Nokotan, a transfer student with antlers, enters her life. Antlers aren't the only thing strange about Nokotan. Her deer nose can sniff out Torako's secret past. Whether it's at school or the zoo, chaos follows this doe-eyed girl's every step. Torako has so many questions. Is Nokotan a deer, a girl, or something in between? Note each episode. This is I have to watch this because this is just balls to the wall, like comedy. I cannot wait to see. Like, I'm hoping like Cromarty High School levels of this doesn't make sense. And from seeing everything I'm seeing, I'm like, I think that's what they're delivering on. Like, this has to be what they're delivering on. So yeah, I can't wait. There is just dumb shit happening in like little clips that I've seen. I'm like, yes, good, awesome, great. Can't wait. Jolly G says, consider waiting for better subs. There's apparently some issues. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I thought this is going to be on Netflix. No, this is going to be on Amazon Prime. Okay, and on Crunchyroll. So probably we're getting it here, and then some parts of the world will be getting it on Prime Video. In the EU, looks like region/EU at the bottom of my screen. So congratulations, you get that. Who knows who's translating it? If they're translating the same in both places, or what's maybe the EU subs will be better, but they'll be 50 hertz. I don't know. It's fine. I love how people keep quoting that one Bocce the Rock episode with any anime where they jump in the opening is god tier. Great. It's funny. That's good, Gekyo. Defrost says, from the trailer, it looks like Pop Team Epic level of shitpost. I'm here for it. Yeah, and it's weird, right? Because it's like Pop Team Epic is one of those shows that it's meant to break everything into pieces. And you know when you're watching it, they're like, we don't take any of this seriously. Like, the whole point is grab a trope and then bust it up. Or live the trope, like just basically lean into it and be like, fuck it, this is what we're doing now, and you'll have to live with it because you don't know if we're going to break it or not, so we'll just do it. And I'm like, I love that. This seems like I don't know if they're trying to tell a story or if they're trying to go like, if they're just like, we're just going to go wild, and it's like, maybe they're just going to go wild, but all of these things are hard to do. Like, that that's the like it's funny, right? It's people talking like this reminds me of Saturday Night Live all of a sudden in the back of my head. And it's like you do a thing and it goes viral on SNL, and then everyone says how it's like, yeah, new golden age, right? Or, you know, somebody who's been on the show for a long, long time, all of a sudden they're in a great sketch and everyone's like, oh yeah, this guy's has been the best ever. Watch all his old stuff. And you're like, right. When you have to churn out comedy, hits and misses. That's a very famous Mitchell and Webb skit. In fact, go look up the hits and misses thing for Mitchell and Webb that you're just kind of like, wouldn't it be better if we just did the hits instead of the misses? And like, right, a lot of these things take so much work to try to churn out, and you have to wonder, like, how long had anybody worked on this when they were building it? And if you get to work off of the manga for this, then great, then good for them. I hope it. I hope that the amount of work they put into doing that pays off. Like I think Pop Team Epic paid off. Anyway, moving on. Shinmai Osan Boukensha Saikyo Party ni shinu hodo kitaerarete muteki ni naru. Why should it matter how old you are if you want to start something new? The strongest guy around, who also happens to be middle-aged, strives to be an adventurer. Everyone seems to think you should just pursue your dreams while you're still young, but there's one man who just can't give up. In a world where most people who became adventurers do so in their teens, a guild employee in his 30s, Rick Gladiator, seeks to become an adventurer instead. After receiving unimaginably brutal training from the legendary party renowned as the strongest on the continent, Orichalcum Fist, he ends up... I've seen that anime. He ends up with combat... You shouldn't watch it with kids. He ends up with combat abilities worthy of S rank status, but starting out as an F rank. Like, everything up till here, I was like, he... I'm like, oh, that could be kind of... Oh, S rank status despite starting out as an F rank rookie. Okay. Well, I hope it's fun. Oh, we got raided by Matt. Hey, Matt. Thank you for the raid. So, there you go. I'm already in my mid 40s, so it's too late for me to become an adventurer or a guild employee. So, I'm not gonna watch it. Not really my jam. I don't think so. Shoshimin series. Oh, yeah. Based on a novel. That's not surprising. Kobato decides to become an honest, humble citizen after enduring a bitter experience known as wisdom work. We don't see this in the first episode, so I don't know. He forms a pact with Osanai, his classmate, with the same goal, and they plan to enter high school leading quiet lives. But for some reason, inexplicable events and disasters keep happening around them. Will Kobato and Osanai ever manage to live ordinary, peaceful lives? So what I've just read, none of that comes across in the first episode. You don't really know why they're doing anything. You're kind of dropped into it. I don't know if that's a directorial choice or if the novel is reflected that way. I think knowing this is important because it kind of lets you feel like, okay, I think what I have inferred from the first episode, now that I see this, I'm like, it makes sense. I've got this as a maybe watch. I think it's an actual watch. Heather and I watched the first episode. Heather and I like mystery shows. I think that we both do, especially like light mystery shows. The Hyoka is a good example of that, and also another great KyoAni series, I think. Hyoka, I think, was really good for that kind of, let's break some stuff out. You know, Kindaichi Hajime is good too, and we never watched Detective Conan. I'm sure that we might really enjoy those kind of, like that kind of thing as well. Kindaichi Hajime is fun because you get like 5 or 6 episode arc of like, oh, murder mystery, but it's always murder mysteries, right? It's never like small mysteries you're trying to solve that, or like something got stolen, something else happened, why did this happen? And reading through it. The way that I've seen this sold is he is a good detective in that he can, like, if given a lot of information, he can deduce what's probably happened. She is a good investigator in that if she sees things, she can notice details people miss. And this is like the hard thing for them, is that puts them in this position of, we end up solving mysteries. The trailers spell this out a little bit better than that. Watching the first episode, things I love about this is they decided to go very arty. For example, you will notice, because it's all high school kids, right? And because they're all high school kids, like the bulk of them are all going to be like dressed the same and have black hair and similar hairstyles and whatever. And in the first episode, where they're talking about like, oh, here's the thing that happened, and he's trying to figure out what's happened. You see what looks like the guy who's committing the crime, but then when it like cuts to a close up of the guy committing the crime, it's actually him, and he's talking his way through what's happening as if he was the guy that committed the crime. And you realize that it's like, oh, that's how he's doing this. He's really thinking through the person would have to do this, and so the show represents him as the person who's committing the crime and talking about it almost to the camera, like explaining it to you that as you're watching, like this is what's going on. I love that as a device, because it really does make you feel like, and the show jumps around a lot. These two are going to have, you're going to notice they're having conversations that are taking place in 3 or 4 or 5 different locations. There's no way, and warping back and forth between different locations, but having a continuous conversation the whole time. And it makes you feel like, where were they actually when they were having this talk? Were they having it in this one place? Were they having it in this other place? Does it matter where they were having it? We're doing this for a metaphor reason. Why are we doing this? What is the point of this happening in this way? We're doing these weird little time skips built in, but we're always having the same conversation about the thing that just happened. It's really interesting. Like whoever's directing this is I feel like they're taking what might have been maybe a little more straightforward novel of chained mysteries. And I think that's the other thing here, is that these are supposed to be mysteries that are all chained together. I'm not sure yet. They're taking that and they're being like, well, rather than making it kind of a flat representation of going from X to Y to Z, what if we can, what can we do to make it a little more cinematic? My hope is that the reason why that it's being done this way, like cinematically is being done this way, is representative of something that is going to come out of the series. Like we're going to learn why are these things being done in that way. I think that's interesting. I don't know what's going to happen, but I think that's interesting. So I believe the wisdom work he's and nobody's talked about that yet, but I think what they're referring to is what I just said about this guy is a good detective. I think that's probably the problem. So anyway, yeah, I'm definitely watching that. Shy Tokyo Dakanhen. So I watched the first episode, or sorry, in the first season, I watched half the first season of Shy. It hasn't grabbed me. When I was reading the manga on where I was reading it for a bit, and then I kind of lost track of it because I wasn't really sure if I liked it. So I thought by watching the show, I might like it more or not. I don't actually know if I like it or not. And so I don't think I'm going to watch the second season. I'm not sure, but for right now, I've got it marked as a no-go. So we'll move on. Tasogare Outfocus. A boys' school film club is the backdrop for 3 tales of new romance. Mao and Hisashi pair up for a project, make 3 promises, and draw close together in the process. The club president Jin and a jealous junior named Giichi clash before finding common ground. Shion, a first-year student, joins the film club in search of a boyfriend and butts heads with Rei until Rei asks him on a date. So, boys' love series has never been my jam. I will be passing by that. Tasuketsu. A student finds himself in a game of survival as half the human population disappears each night. That's a neat hook, but I don't care about survival games. So might be an interesting mystery. Sometimes you get these thriller mysteries where I'm just like, I feel like I'm bouncing off them, so not gonna bother with that. Tensei no Sakuna Hime, Sakuna of Rice and Ruin. This looks a little different than the what I've seen the posters of. I mean, it's just the angle. 2 realms exist in the ancient land of Yanato, the lofty realm where gods reside, and the lowly realm where humans reside. Princess Sakuna was the daughter of the god of war and the goddess of harvest, but she led a lazy life. One day she's banished to Hinoe Island, the Isle of Demons. Stranded in a barren land, Sakuna sets out to slay demons and farm rice. Her new adventure begins. Gonna give it a try. Don't know what's going to happen. Again, PA Works, here we are, making some money off of a video game license. Good for them. Yeah, we're going to watch a few episodes of that, see how it goes. I don't know. Tokidoki bossoto Russia go de dereru tonari no Alia-san. So our neighbor Alia-san speaks Russian, whatever. Alia is a transfer student enjoying popularity in new high school, often sporting a cold shoulder while earning high marks in class. She ignores her nerdy classmate, Kuze Masachika, except for when she blurts out a flirtatious line to him in Russian. Little does she know, Kuze understands Russian, though he pretends not to. Let's see where this wacky love story takes them. It takes them right up to her taking her socks off and flashing her feet to the camera, and then him putting a fresh sock on her feet, and then slipping slightly, and then brushing up against her skirt. And I was like, well, okay. I mean, this show knows what it is. It's Doga Kobo. I thought I read a manga, start of a manga that had to do with this. It is a light novel. I guess maybe I didn't. It's a horny anime. Yeah. I'm sure it's going to be a fun, cute little, like, I say things under my breath, as kind of like my true feelings I'm saying in Russian, and then you're going to hear them, but you're not going to process that. I love how all the girls have this, like, why don't you just fuck off and die? Kind of, even he has this kind of things like, why is this camera in our room? Leave. So yeah, it's not ecchi at all, that kind of thing. But, I watched a clip of it and I was like, yeah, okay, feet, okay, fine. That's, Kyoani did a bit of that with Sound Euphonium as well. There's feet in all sorts of anime, really lovingly rendered feet. Shit happens. What did I read recently that was just like, no, that wasn't it. I was going to say it was Otome no Keikoku Teishoku? Did I get the word wrong? There was something I read where there was like, foot in hose, and like, wow, you really went for that. You really drew that out a lot. Wow, shit, that's the whole page. Okay. Anyway, Doga Kobo has done good work, and based on a light novel, so it's going to be light novel-y. Please enjoy it. I don't think I'm going to watch it, but please enjoy it. Tsue to Tsurugi no Wistoria. Man, there have been like thousands of trailers for this showing up in my YouTube feed, and I've watched not a single one of them. A hardworking boy named Will enters a magic academy in hopes of becoming a great sorcerer. Unfortunately, there's a fatal flaw in his plan. He lacks the ability to use magic. Wah, wah. Amid the cold stares of his classmates and instructor, Will feels discouraged at times, but he presses forward with unwavering determination. He can't use a wand, but he can wield a sword in his battle to reach the top of a magic-dominated world. He just needs to believe in his own unique strengths. Remember the promise he made with someone precious to him, ... I like his hair. This is a mascot. Cute. Some sort of demon, whatever. Anyway, not really into it, though. VTuber Nandaga Haishin Kiri Wasuretara Densetsu ni Natteta. Yuki Tanaka is a VTuber at Live On, one of Japan's largest VTuber companies. That's a polite and ladylike Awayuki Kokorone. One day she forgets to end the stream and viewers see her real personality, irreverent, improper, and prone to imbibing after the long day. Yuki is surprised to find her accident caused her rankings to multiply, so she doubles down and gets to work. She'll be a star yet. The kind of, gap moe thing of like, you drop the thing and all of a sudden everyone's like, oh, we like that she's like rude and crude. It's like, okay, cool. If I've learned anything from the voice actor radio thing, it's that you drop the thing and then a lot of your fans get mad at you for doing it, but a lot of your fans love the fact that you did it. And so the best thing you can do in order to cope is to say, this is who we really are. And then when you do your radio show, you go back to being who you were on the radio. And then you halfway through the show, you're partway through the show, you'll drop it to do who you really are. And then when you end the show, you'll go back to who your personas are. And you'll just go back and forth until you get so confused that you'll have no idea who you are anymore. Anyway. Apparently they're using VTuber software for this, which is neat, if anything. It makes sense to do that. That's interesting, Defrost. I think that might also just be a stealth launch for having somebody become Awayuki Kokorone, because if you can make an anime about a VTuber, then and then you can have this person, and then you can have whoever's playing this person who's playing this person, and then they will have segments where she'll get to play this person, and then that way that'll be more of that to do. So anyway, we'll move on. It is ahoge. You guys are thinking of ahoge, which is the thing coming off of the top of the head, not ahegao, which is the crossed eyes, tongue out, I have lost control of my brain situation. So ahoge, whatever that is. All right. Zero Saiji, or Maru, whatever. Zero Saiji start dash Monogatari. Lilia, the newborn daughter of Marquis, has memories of previous life. Cheat like gamer knowledge, James, the strongest girl in the other. Oh, no, I'm not going to bother with that. Boken Tairuku Anya Kingdom, Densetsu no Guardian Hen. Oh, it's the second season of whatever this was. Cool. Egumi Legacy. What the hell is this? That's a lot of tongues. Floating in a certain ocean is an island called Egu Island. Egujima? Egumi, maybe? The sole entertainment on this island is listening to the songstress, End of the World. Day after day, the islanders are enchanted by her singing. However, this tranquil time is shattered in an instant since the disappearance of the songstress. The island has been filled with anger, doubt, and anxiety. Oh, it's Inside Out. Various thoughts and intentions begin to stir. A licking war unfolds around End of the World. The one who holds her destiny is a legendary legacy, Egumi Legacy. Is this about candy, maybe? Or something? It's so weird. Great. Whatever. Great. Elf-san wa yaserarenai. Plus-sized elf. No, I'm reading this. Anoe-kun, a massage therapist, an actual fucking massage therapist. They do other things, but like, I don't know if they do all the other like side, like Maxibustion and all that acupuncture and whatnot, but they do massage therapy. Is about to head home for the day when he's saddled with a rather strange patient. This lovely lady has emerald eyes, pointy ears, and the room is blue almost here. Pointy ears and grew up in the forest. Everything about her screams elf, except for one thing, her bodacious, her plus-sized body, let's be honest. It turns out she left her world but loves junk food in this one. She loves potatoes. She loves French fries. And now her obsession has caught up with her. Can Naoe-kun help this lovable elf girl lose this weight and keep it off? Spoilers, in the first episode, yes, he does. Spoilers, in the first episode, she comes back and gets fat again. So, it's a weird... So this is a series that is about plus-sized everybody. Let's all... I don't even see Naoe-san in this. He doesn't even show up. So here's the thing. It is ecchi, right? And I was like, great, yeah, whatever. You know. Under 3 minutes to get to just boobs. Just with nipple boobs. Like, just straight up big angry titties. Like, just, I was like, holy shit. And the problem is that we're in my house. We're in my condominium unit in an entire whatever. We have right angles to where you don't have a big wall like kind of thing where like, you know, it's not like a, you know, like a block of apartments like that. There are right angles between apartments externally, and I'm sitting and from my window and on the staircase and everybody who lives in the units on the three, and they can fucking see into my, and I'm just like, shit. Well, I hope no one was on the stairs. It's 3 seconds of boobs. That's fine. Oh, there's another 5, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Well, I probably don't have to get up and hit the curtains. I'll just leave it to play. Oh shit. Okay, more boobs. Oh Jesus. Oh, they're in a bath. And oh shit. And I'm like, how long is? And then it's like, okay, good. Oh, it's over. Oh, that took like forever. That was 10 minutes. Oh no. Right. This is a short. Oh shit. That also explains why it's not terribly good. Because I'm just like, oh, anybody walking down the staircase would have been seeing out the window and then into my window and then just my 65-inch TV full of titty. And I'm like, oh, I can't watch the show anymore, which is fine because I read the manga. I don't remember it being like having this because, again, the thing about reading smut manga is that you get to see it for as long as you want to see it, and then you get to move on, right? You get to be like, titties, next panel, this, okay, nah. You're like, I'm done, right? I've moved through, more titties again, okay, and then moved. You get to move on, right? You pace yourself. When it is happening when it's happening to you, you don't have a choice. You have to deal with it. And I'm like, great, now if I want to watch this, I have to close the curtains, which is fine, because I'm probably not going to watch any more of this. I'm going to leave it on check mark. I gotta go home and make sure that it's not in my list anymore, because I'm like, I don't think I need to see this, because I know what happens, and I'm not but I will say this: it is not fat titties, thin waists, fat booty. Like it's none of that. It's like you have pounds on you, then all of you is going to be represented. Big thick thighs, big round stomach, and we're going to do all of that with all of these women who are, I believe, they're all from the other world. Essentially, I think almost all of them are from the other world. So yeah, they don't have the woman who's in charge of the massage therapy place, but she has an opportunity to get her kid off as well. So great. So get this man a Vision Pro. Oh, Molly, I don't need $3,500 whatever. I can just shut the curtains if that's what I want to do. So it's fine. Yeah, that was certainly a moment though, because I was like, I know it's etchy, but it's more about the faces and it's more about the like, there'll be a lot of skin and stuff, but there's no sex in this show. It's like, no, there's just lots of TNA. So I'm like, yeah. So I will give it the fact that it's like, we're gonna show you, if you're gonna have most of this body, you're gonna actually have all this body. And I'm like, that's kind of in a way body positivity, I guess. Can't say to that. I don't know if I can be the one to talk about that. So yeah, because there's no heavy dudes represented on screen, so that's harder for me, and I'm not even that heavy of a dude. So yeah. Harimaware Koinu second season. Not watching that. Katsute maho shoujo to aku wa tekitai shitai ta. Story centers on Mira. Her clever brains are behind an evil organization that invades and destroys everything in its path. One day, a magical girl named Byakuya Mimori decides to stand with the organization, and Mira falls in love with her at first sight. Oh, that's cute. Katsute maho shoujo to aku wa tekitai shitai ta. I mean, if I can pick it up from somewhere, maybe I will. We'll see. Marui Kanojo to Zannen na Kareshi. The romantic comedy follows Mariko, a plus-sized nurse who loves to eat. Having no love experience, she thinks her life is devoid of love till she meets a handsome man named Nagi at a group date that she's invited to. Nagi then asks her out on a date. Not really in a short, I don't know, and romantic comedy, but anyway, yeah. Yami Shibai is back for its 13th season for those people who like supernatural horror. My Hero Academia is left over. Yatagarasu, of course, we saw that there's more coming of that already. It's supposed to be 20 episodes. That's a shorter kind of thing. Of course, there's more Spice and Wolf. More I Became a Slime thing. Fabaru, we knew was getting more as well. Yozakura-san Shino Daisaksen. I guess we knew there was more coming. I don't know, but there it is, more of that happening too. Movies, Bakineko Anzu-chan. I don't know what's happening here. Karin, 11 years old, is abandoned by her father at her grandfather's house, the monk of a small town in the Japanese countryside. Her grandfather asks Anzu, who's jovial and helpful, although rather capricious ghost cat, to look after her. Their meeting of strong characters caused a spark, at least in the beginning. I'd probably watch it if it shows up on something that I have, but Butcher the Rock second of the compilation movie, don't really need to watch. I guess if they were like, I always assume that compilation films are like what happened with Macross Plus, where it's like we take Macross Plus and then we chop the 4 OVAs into whatever, we add 5 seconds of titty and we release it as a new movie, but we use all the same animation. Now Macross Plus, the animation was quite pretty, so you could do that. And so I assume that every time they do a compilation film, they just go back and grab everything and they're like, okay, we captured it all 4K, right? Great. Edit it together, make it into a thing, go, add 5 seconds of titty. Not to Bocchi the Rock, obviously, but I mean, you add 5 seconds of something, of, even cooler guitar playing or something along that line, and then you go from there. I don't know what you do when you do compilation films. I've never been that interested in watching them again because I never really know. Like, Madoka Magica always sounds like those films are always like, we started from scratch and we did a compilation film, but it was really just a rehash film with all brand new everything. I don't really know. So anyway, Boku no Hero Academia, the movie. You're next. No, not going to watch that. Crayon Shinchan, Oratachi no Kyoryu Nikki. I thought this was cute, of an idea of the movie. It's a 30-second movie. We'll follow the friendship between the Nobata family's pet dog Shiro, who we all met in my stream, and a small dinosaur. Maybe this, maybe not that. And their connection helps the growth of Shinosuke and the Kusakabe Defense Squad. It's edgy comedy, because Cran Shin-chan can be like that. I think that's very cool how they did that, but yeah. Anyway. Kimi no Iro by Science Saru. Your colors? Totsuko is a high school student with the ability to see the colors of other, colors of bliss, excitement, and serenity, plus the color she treasures as her favorite. Kimi, a classmate in her school, gives off the most beautiful color of all. Although she doesn't play an instrument, Totsuko forms a band with Kimi and Rui, a quiet music enthusiast. They meet at a music bookstore in a far corner of town. So they practice in an old church on a remote island. Music brings them together, forming friendships and stirring affections while they discover their true colors. Maybe, I don't know. I like Science Saru stuff. Ian and Corey have effectively helped me, appreciate that. Well, maybe, probably. I'll just say I will. We'll watch that. So, Bochi movies have new songs. That's cool. Didn't know that. All right. Thank you, Travelog. King of Prism, Dramatic Prism 1. New King of Prism film. Never watched that. That's complicated. Those are complicated outfits. Seems like a lot to animate because of all the coloring. But I guess it's easier to do that these days because you make more complicated stuff because it's music and sports. Okay, I'm just going to keep moving on. Love Live, Nijigasaki Gakuen School Idol Do Kokai Kankatsuhen. First of a trilogy for Love Live. Continues the story between season 2 and the OVA. Please enjoy, Love Live fanatics. Mononoke Karakasa announced the Mononoke 15th anniversary festival. I never did watch Mononoke. I think we were thinking about it, but never got around to it, so probably won't watch that. Sampri Hajimari no Monogatari Strawberry School Festival. Bang Bang Bang. Movie about the YouTuber boy band Strawberry Prince. Not what I wanted to do. Not interested in that. Wonderful Precure, the movie Doki Doki Game no Sekai de Daiboken. Komugi, Iroha, Yuki, Mayu, Daifuku, and Satoru all got together to play the super popular game Doki Doki Tanu Kingdom. As everyone was about to start enjoying the game, a suspicious Tanuki somehow dragged them into the world of the game. Then there's it's hack sign. Then there's an even bigger problem. Komugi gets separated from Iroha and all the others. I always want to stay by Iroha's side, Juan. In order to reunite with her beloved Iroha, Komugi takes on all kinds of games and challenges. Says WarioWare. Why in the world did it end up like this? Just what kind of secret is the game world hiding? The clues are held by the girl who made the game, Natsuki. Clues are held by the girl who made the game, Natsuki. That should be a colon. Hirogaru Sky Precure and Mahotsukai Precure also make an appearance when everyone's feelings become one. A miracle happens? Zega Pain, stop. Sequel to that. Zega Pain. Atashin Chi next. No, probably not gonna watch that. Keep doing this. Code Geass, Daka no Rose. So hey, if you liked Code Geass, there's more. I'm not reading that. Moving on. Dead Demons Destruction, episode 8, currently airing. Right, that's right. Okay, so they did the there's movies, but then they're actually doing the series. That's the thing I was thinking about. It could be Code Geass, but I've seen it translated as Geass. I know is odd, but I thought it's supposed to be he's under a geese. But I've seen it like romanized. Like, isn't that there? Koldo Geasu. Geazu? You can see Koldo. I'd have to go see the thing. I swear that's not Gi, is it? Maybe it is. Giasu. Oh, it's Koldo Giasu. Thank you, Lao Jiao Drit. Lao Jiao Drit. Now everyone got to learn how to pronounce that too. Giasu. That's such a great. So Giasu is how it's pronounced. Because I've heard it pronounced like a geese is the thing that you have to, the compulsion put upon by somebody putting you under a spell or whatever, right? A geese. Giasu, I guess is how they came at that. It's rather than gisu. Maybe we're all getting it wrong and they have it right. I don't know. Dead Demons Destruction. Supposed to be interesting. A lot of people really love the manga. There's something about it that I didn't really grab me, that I didn't want to go read the manga, because I had the same idea of like Lucifer and the Biscuit Hammer, Samedare no Hozuki. I can't remember. Lucifer and the Biscuit Hammer. Everyone went on about how great the manga is. I couldn't get into it, dropped it. I thought, oh, anime. Tried to watch the anime. Really tried to watch the anime. Couldn't really get into it. Dropped it. So yeah. So I had the same sense with this, where I'm like, boy, that doesn't sound like something I'd enjoy, but maybe I would. Who knows? We'll see. Gotchard, short anime. Gotchanime, Furasu Koko, Nanahushigi no... Nanahushigi wo Gotcha Seyo. Kamen Rider Gotchard shorts for the... You have to have the app for that. Somebody will grab it. Hibike, Euphonium 3, extra episodes. Okay, well, comes with a Blu-ray. It'll be online eventually. Kengan Ashita Season 2, Part 2. Nope. Kimi ni Todoke, third season. Fuck yes! Oh my god. So I went to, did not all get scanlated, and I had to go to my local library when I found out that they had the remaining volumes, because I'm like, well, I'm gonna just go, I need to read it, and I don't want to go buy like whatever remaining volumes I have, because then I'll have like the volume 16 of like an entire series, and I only bought it just to find out how it ends, and I'm like, I should just go to because then I'll have to buy all of it, and I don't really want to do that. So on Netflix, which means it'll be eventually anywhere. So yeah, the Greater Victoria Public Library has, I think, the whole series, and I picked it up from where I dropped it, or where I had to drop it because the scanlation stopped, and they were like, no, official. I'm like, great. And I went and finished it, so now I know how it finishes, and that's kind of great. And I cannot wait to see this. All we know is it's airing. We have no idea how many more episodes we're getting, I guess. I hope somebody finds out soon. Maybe it's on the page if I click the thing, not going to bother. If you have never watched this is probably one of the best modern romance series. Because, I've talked about this at length, but it's because communication takes a central pillar, that it's like, why don't we actually talk to each other about stuff than really just kind of grinding it out for too long of a time. And yeah, the manga's great for that. The anime really covers it well too. You get just enough tension that you feel like things might go wrong, and then it breaks it was probably one of the best ones. I wouldn't say it's the first then, but it is one of the best ones to break the mold that is usually created around these things. That, oh, we have to do it like this, we have to do it like that. So either the mangaka was like, I'm just going to draw what I want, you're going to have to take it, or the editor was like, I like the fact that you're doing it this way, and I'm not going to tell you no. So there are no queer couples in this series. Yeah. So there are some, I've read the whole thing, so I can tell you, there are some interesting ways that the relationships bear out. Things are not going to go all that you expect the way that they're going to go, which I think is very interesting. They're not all straight up, like, these two have the most straightforward relationship, and it takes them a time to get there. And once that happens, then we're going to see the other two girls. This is a shoujo. We're going to see the other two girls go through what they have to go through to end up where they're going to end up. And I'm not going to tell you how any of that ends up, because you're seeing them walk with these boys. You don't know what the hell's going on. Trust me. It's not clear about what's going on. So we'll move on. I can't wait to watch it. I'm sure Heather can't wait to watch it either. Koneko no Chi, Ponpora Natsuyasumi. That's cute. Probably not going to watch this, though, but it's cute. Lunni-chan to Tanjobya-san. Not going to watch that. Monogatari series, Often Monster Season, I believe, has just started already. Sequel to the final season story arc of the Monogatari series. I don't care. I don't know why everybody... I don't know why everybody lost their minds about this series, about the Monogatari series in general. I tried to watch it and like it, and the beginning I liked it just fine because it was weird and seeing like it was new and interesting. And then it felt like it was self-indulgent. I don't know if that's a bad thing because like there's a lot of shows we've watched in the past, you and I here, uh, where we've been like, oh shit, that's self-indulgent, and I'm like, yeah. I don't know why when I see this, I'm just kind of like, I'm sick of hearing about this series. I thought we were done, but like. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Maybe I'm just surprised it's gone on as long as it has. Maybe it's because Shaft bought the whole season or all the entire series, and we're like, let's just keep making it because people want to keep getting in on it. And maybe there's something about the people that are in it that are that interesting or involved. And I'm just like, yeah, I see. Tiber says it insists upon itself, and in a way, it kind of does, doesn't it? It's like, why is this being made? Because it had to be made. Because they need, and I don't know anything about the series at this point either. It's just like it has to be made. Why? Because it needs to be made. Because it is supposed to be made. Like that's how it kind of ends up feeling. And I'm just like, I don't know. Like maybe it's just there's so much conversation where I'm like, I really wish it didn't have so much conversation either, or that it feels like, oh, we're having all these conversations and it feels really deep. And I'm like, you would say that, wouldn't you? But I don't know. Like, anyway. Rising Impact. A young boy, Gowan, lives in a mountainous. I like to say Gawain, but I will say Gowan. Lives in a mountainous rural area with an incredible love for baseball, making the ball really fly. One day he runs into a visitor to a small area and she introduces him to a sport that can really make a ball take to flight: golf. Takes just one shot and Gowan is hooked. With his grandpa's approval, he sets off to Tokyo with this mysterious woman to learn all he can about golf, encountering many colorful characters and obstacles along the way. I mean, I gave up on Birdie Wing, I think, because I was just like, I think I gave up. I can't remember. I don't remember much of what happened in the end of it. And I just not, I think golf is just not my jam as a thing, and sports anime is just hard too for me at this point now anyway. So yeah, not going to really, we'll go past it. Terminator Zero. I think I'm just souring on a lot of sports anime overall because they too competitive and I don't want to watch the competitions. Not to mean that means that they're bad, right? If you like watching the competitive stuff, I mean, if you're a fan of sports, right, then you like watching competitive stuff, I'm sure. So, yeah. Terminator Zero, 2022, future war raged for decades with a few human survivors and an army of machines. 1997, AI known as Skynet gained self-awareness, began its war against humanity, caught in the future and past. As a soldier sent back in time to change the fate of humanity, she arrives in 1997 to protect a scientist named Malcolm Lee, who works to launch a new AI system designed to compete with Skynet's impending attack on humanity. As Malcolm navigates the moral complexities of creation, he's hunted by an unrelenting assassin from the future, which forever alters the fate of his 3 children. Okay. Hey, don't worry. They brought you Ghost in the Shell, and they will keep bringing you Ghost in the Shell until morale improves. So yeah, I don't know about Terminator's never been my thing, so I don't think I will. So. And I have watched anime tie-ins to movie series. I watched Blade Runner Black Lotus and was like, yep, that sure was a thing that I really ultimately didn't matter if I watched or not. So it was certainly a thing, though. Yozakura-san, Shino Minisaksen, I guess they're still doing these. Yeah, they're still doing those. Yudo Camp Season 3 OVA. Hell yes. I guess they all came out by now. I'll have to find out where they are. But I would be watching this definitely. If they all aired on June 26th, then they would be out by now, and I'll have to track them down. Unless they meant this was the movie altogether. I doubt it. Let's find out. Let's do a little more whatever. Episode 2 in 50 days. What? Oh, I see. Airing episode 2, August 27th. Start date, June 26th. End date, October 23rd. How long are these? They do not have that information, it looks like. This is vitally important that I look at this right now. I'll find it out. So, super, super excited to watch more Camp all the time. They can just keep making it if they want to. I feel like they've got this wrong. Wait, did she do two voices? Really? And then I guess they got an AI to do Doreen. I don't know. Whatever. Hey, folks, that's it. Let's go back over stuff that's happening this season that I'm excited for. More Camp, for one thing. Things I marked. Obviously, Kimi ni Todake, third season, starting in August, so I got to wait for that for a while. That's fine. That's a lovely present to have, though. Can't wait to see more of that. Maybe watch Kimi Toido. See Zafabaru. Happy to watch more of that. Happy to watch more Spice and Wolf. I will go look into this if I remember to do it when I get home. I will try to look into this and maybe pick up a few episodes and see what happens. Always nice to have new things show up. Right, this short, Katsute Maho Shoujo to Akido. Yeah, okay, we'll see what happens there. Yes, I said this is a maybe watch. I believe I'm adding this to the not watched pile because I'm like, I know what it is now, and I've already read the manga. I don't need to see this because it is just a gag anime with angry titties in it. Right, of Rice and Ruin. We'll see what that's like. Shoshimin series. First episode has been really interesting. Really like it so far. Looking forward to seeing more of that. Cannot wait to watch more of this. All the crap I've seen so far has just been so stupid that I'm like, great. Can't wait to watch more of that. So good. Pick it up if you're not. And then tell me later how you didn't like it, I guess. I don't know, but I liked it. So please do watch it. Maybe if you're not a cat person, I don't know. But they walk and they talk. And come on. And they serve ramen. And you're going to have questions and they'll answer them. Mayanaka Punch, I guess we'll see how that goes. The failed heroine thing might be interesting. Dahlia, you guys gave it a really good review. So that's excellent. That's great. This, I'm looking forward to Quality Assurance Another World to see a little more of that, how that plays out. I got to watch an episode of this to see what this is even like or about. Maybe I watch more, maybe I don't. I don't mind the dad anime kind of thing, so we'll see what happens. Isekai Shikaku, because it's Osamu Dazai. I'm going to get an episode of this and just see what they did to set it up. Hopefully get an episode of Grandizer as well. And then this Days with My Stepsister. Hoping for it to become more about what it is. I'll watch another episode of this, of Pseudo Harem, to see whether it's actually turns into like a little bit more than I expect. I don't really know. I don't think it didn't really grab me to begin with, so we'll see what happens more. Dungeon People, as they're calling it. Fun, fluffy. I didn't see a problem there. And then My Wife Has No Emotion. Very interested to see how that goes. Also interested to see how, if you end up watching it too, if you end up coming after and being like, oh, this is actually really interesting and maybe moving in a way. It's a comedy first, so don't worry about that. But also, like, maybe it cracks an egg for a larger way to think about these things. The stuff where you might be like, oh, he's got a girlfriend robot that he has to take care of, and he has to turn on her, power her on in a special way. We also with Chobits, so we're kind of like, Clamp, what are you doing? Like, what's this about? Like, it's interesting, but also, what's it about? This is not that. This is different, and I think it is interesting to see what it means and what might be happening. And the manga has not given us too much more to kind of spell everything out for us. So there will be questions you will have that probably never make it to the anime. Just so you know. And then Atri, another robot girl. Different one falling in love with a thing. I think maybe it's drama romance. We'll see how that goes. I don't know. Oshinoko, obviously, watch a little bit more of that. I will pick up an episode of this. I got to see how it is that they spell this out. And yeah, I don't know. Not feeling too excited about the idea, but I did see a couple of you say that, oh, this is definitely a show that is what it is. It's like, oh, okay, I will try to watch an episode of this so I can be like, fuck, I know what this is. And then we will be done. Don't show ads. We're not here to show ads. We're here to go to the booth. Thank you for joining me tonight, though. We kind of did all those things, didn't we? We talked about the stuff that we talk about, and I'm pretty happy about it. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And a reminder to you that if you like the stuff that we watch here on Loading Ready Run, this bonus stream of the Beej's Anime Roundup, which is now 4.5 hours. Good Christ. Um, I have the energy still. We'll see how I am in an hour or two if I crash again. Been a little under the weather. We'll see how I do with fatigue. Should be fine. But if you like what we do here, check out the store, store.loadingreadyrun.com. You can find all the stuff that is that we make so far. We made a new shirt, the Kitty Corner baseball tee, which you don't have to play baseball in it if you don't want to. It's just a nice, comfortable. Um, it's hard to find 100% cotton baseball tees, which is why. And read the size chart. It is very important you read the size chart for that thing because I picked up an XL, not for myself, but for just to see what the shirt was like beforehand, before I even bought them, and discovered that it was like the size of a 2XL, normally, or like for based on other shirts. So I was like, oh god, I have to make sure to tell everybody. But yeah, if you want like a nice comfortable soft shirt, seems like a nice comfortable soft shirt. I don't even have my copy, my Kitty Corner shirt in yet, so I can't even speak to it yet. But kind of interested in trying out something new like that. So we're hoping that you guys like the 3/4 sleeve raglan style. Saint Next, they're called baseball tees because more often than not, you'll see people wear them for practice. You see that people wear them as uniform stuff in baseball because they're not full length. They're like 3/4 length in the sleeve. They come out to like here, and so you just see them kind of make their way onto like as uniform stuff more often than not. So it got picked up as a sports thing. If the 100% cotton or they pre-shrunk, Dreacenth, I can't remember. It will say on the page, I think, if they were pre-shrunk or not. I believe all of our shirts otherwise come pre-shrunk. I can't guarantee that. If you want to know what it is that, if you're like looking at a shirt and you're like, I don't know if this is pre-shrunk or not, you can always ask on the Discord if people what their experience has been with those shirts. They might even, and I don't have, we generally do either Bella Canvas 3001 CVCs, which are like 50/50 or 60/40 or whatever, are, except for our, we're just going to talk about merch now for a minute. Except for the Black Heather shirts, for the Lure Pride shirts are 90/10 cotton poly. I am trying to do so much to get us to 100% cotton on everything that we do because I like that. But you can't always do that. You know, you're gonna have like we have a lot of there's a lot of like blends in the store because those shirts are soft and strong at the same time. I'm always thinking about new, different ways to approach our merchandise. I don't want to make our merchandise more expensive. But I keep thinking about ways that we can change things and what that would mean, and I can't have not committed to a lot of things. Doing the Sport Tech 100% cotton baseball tee that we use to make these kitty corner shirts is my first step in seeing that. What is this like, and what is response overall from the people who buy them? Are there complaints? Are there bouquets? Are there like, what are people feeling? Are they like fairly indifferent to that? Do people care one way or the other? I know some of you have opinions. I'm looking at some of you in chat right now that I know have opinions on this. I have opinions too. And hey, you know what? Since we're talking about fabrics, F it. You know what? No, we're going to talk about fabrics in the after I got to get through the rest of this thing. Okay. So the store, yes. YouTube, you can become a member on any of our channels. That's a way to financially support us. You can also do the patreon.com/loadingreadyrun, and also Twitch. We're here on Twitch. Subs and bits are great ways to support us. I really appreciate that. All of us do really appreciate that, because that is not just like, oh, it's for the stream, it's for the work. It's like, it's for the people. That there's a lot of us here that do a lot of work, and for someone who has been, that has been under the weather recently, knowing that I have a comfortable existence thanks to you, that like I can afford to take the time off from work so I can help get myself better. Not 100% there yet, but we are getting there. And that I'm like, that feels good to me, knowing that that was able to support other people in the group. Like when Graham got sick, or like when other people have had problems as well, it'd be like anywhere that we're trying to set that up. It's like the more you guys are able to support us comfortably, where you are able to not have to put yourself out of house and home, that's great for us, and we appreciate that you do that for us. I don't think anybody here has ever taken for granted the fact that we're in a volatile industry and that we depend upon what you do for us. No, I don't think anybody takes that for granted. And we really do appreciate that you're there for us. So thank you for doing that. And with that, I'm going to call an end to the stream. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching me tonight. And as always, stay safe, stay healthy, stay inside if you can. Get that vaccine. Get all the vaccines at this point. I can't wait to. I got another vaccine on my list that I can't wait to take, but I got to wait a few months. But yeah, get those COVID vaccines. We still have a problem. Don't forget about that. Wear those masks where you everywhere you go if you can, please. That would be great for people who are unavoidably immunocompromised and also avoidingly immunocompromised. Texan, I'll race you on that. But get those flu shots and stuff too. And hey, I just saw a thing the other day. There's a study preliminary. I don't know how true this is going to be, but it turns out that certain antihistamines apparently bind with H1 receptors in your body, which are histamine receptors. And if you take antihistamines, that can block, because apparently COVID is cross-compatible. The SARS-CoV-2 virus is cross-compatible with certain histamine receptors. And if you take antihistamines, you can cut that down. And I'm like, oh, initial studies sound great. Go for more studies, because if people could be taking antihistamines as a way to help block contracting COVID, that would be great. But we don't know that yet. So, but it's an interesting study. I boosted a toot on Mastodon. Get on Mastodon. Go to kind.social and get a Mastodon account if you don't have one. It's super easy to sign up. Don't worry about all that crap about where I'm supposed to go. Just go to kind.social, sign up. Texan runs it. More than happy to help you get used to what goes on Mastodon there. So, all right. That's it. I got to go. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.